Welcome everyone for round 6 of the Sardinia World Chess Festival.
Yes, welcome. We are back to our normal schedule, so starting 3 p.m. local time. Today, round 6, the last round of the middle game of the tournament. Okay, that was confusing. Anyway, so round today, and then we'll have only 3 to go. So, of course, we will repeat it every day. Every round is very, very important. We have finally, after yesterday's 2 back-to-back victories, we have the sole leader on 100%, 5 out of 5, Yair Parhov from Israel.
Yeah.
And then 3 players on 4.5, Chigayev, Pichot, and Luca Maroni. And I don't know how many, quite a lot, players on 4. Yeah.
17.
Yeah, till place 17. And yeah, like players on 4 out of 5 also include the top seeds, the likes of Kirill Shevchenko, Jordan Van Forest, Voldar Morzin, and so on. Right, and the round seems to be started. I can see some moves already. Not on the board 1, though, which is a bit surprising.
The first board, Jair Parkov is playing against Alan Pichot. I think this will be really good to watch.
Yeah, this is a very interesting game, but somehow... okay, so this is our leader arriving at the board. You know who else is on 5 out of 5? It's Alexandra Botes in tournament B.
Yeah, I was confused. Yes, Alexandra is leading the B group, and yesterday she won a game with some pawns, right? And yeah, she's leading the B group. I think it's Sherin, maybe? Or is
No,
the only
I
one?
think she's the only one having
Oh,
5
yes,
out of
she's
5.
the only one. Yeah.
And a couple of people following her half a point, kind of having half a point less. So, as you can see on the camera view, she did play d4, but no opponent did not arrive yet. So this game did not start it yet. And at the back of the screen, it's Alexandra's sister Andrea with I don't remember how many points she has. Like 4? Does she have 4, Andrea?
Andrea has 3.5.
3.5.
One, she lost against her
She
sister.
lost. Yeah. Right. She lost
and
to.
She
lost
a
to
rook
Alexandra.
endgame. Yes.
Yeah. So, right.
Alexandra is playing a candidate master from India, Joel Paul Ganta. It would not be an easy game.
No, not a single game is easy in this tournament, I'm afraid. On what's going on our screen? On board one of the A group, d4, d5, c4, the Queen's Gambit, the opening named after the TV series. Okay. I'm making stuff up, people. It's of course the TV series was named after the opening. And Pichot has played e6. So I'm trying to recall if we've seen him playing against 1d4. I think we did. So is it his main line? I think it should be his main line. Yes. On board 2 we have the Grunfeld between Luca Maroni and Maxim Chigayev, and so on and so forth. So far, not much to discuss in terms of the openings. The games have just started.
Yeah, again, in this round, many grandmasters are facing each other. I think this will be a really important round to kind of decide who will be
And like usually, in order to tie for the first in an open tournament like this, you need at least 7 points, right? So the likes of, let's take our top seed, Fedoseev, for example. He can still tie for the first, but for this, he has to score like at the very least 3.5 out of 4.
Yeah, almost.
So already quite a tough task.
Yeah, and Jair, if he draw the next 4 rounds, he's still like maybe getting the first place, but I don't know. It's
Parhov?
yes.
Parhov, not sure. Yeah, he could because he's the leader. So if he's making a draw, it means he's making against one of the direct competitors, right? But still, of course, would love to. He would like to maybe win yet another game and then finish with no losses. Let's not forget, yeah, those who aren't grandmasters in the leading group, they of course will be looking for the grandmaster norm. For a lot of them, it will be the final grandmaster norm, so of course also very important. I had a little discussion yesterday in the evening with one of the players from Kazakhstan, young players, and yeah, he said like, I want to make a grandmaster norm. So it is a big thing, yeah, so probably is not as big of a deal as it used to be when it was like 100 grandmasters in the world or even less. But still, of course, to kind of progress in your career, you want to achieve this highest title. Okay, and finally, we are getting some moves in this game of Parhov against Spichot. So this line, d5, e6, and bishop b4, not your usual queen's gambit, right? So the queen's gambit would be knight f6. This is kind of a strange hybrid between the Nimzo-Indian, which would be this, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, and the Rogozin defense, which would be knight f3, knight f6, and this would be described as Rogozin defense. So it can easily transpose into one of the two, or take a bit of independent route. White plays a3, which I think is not the most popular, but possibly the most challenging. Okay, so pretty much forces black to exchange on c3, otherwise why did you play bishop b4? So bishop takes, pawn takes. And now, for instance, knight f6 would simply transpose into a normal Nimzo. I'm not sure if, let's say, if you want to be original with black, I'm not sure what you are supposed to do here. I remember some people were putting the knight on e7, but probably not in this line. It doesn't make much sense. So maybe after all, we are just transposing after knight to f6. So there is that. On board 2, we have the guy who was extremely lucky yesterday, Maxim Chigayev. So technically, he has won 2 games. Yeah. And technically, he was lost in the first one, and his opponent could make a draw in the second one. So in the worst case scenario, it could have been half a point instead of 2 points.
He's playing against Luca Moroni, who is the Italian champion. Right,
so Luca started with a draw in the first round and then won 4. Is that right?
No, in the second round, I think it was a draw. Yes.
Please check, because I think it was.
In the first round.
In the first round, right. Yeah, yes. He started with a draw and then won 4 in a row, so he's kind of on a streak. And we had this discussion with some people at St. Louis Chess Club that there is such thing in sports called momentum, right? So a winning team in a good mood keeps winning, or a winning individual player, like in tennis or whatever, like you have good streak of results and probably gives you another boost of confidence. In chess, I think it is also very important. And in the open tournament, if you want to have good result, that's exactly, you have to use the momentum. Like you won a few games and just keep pushing. It doesn't make sense. Like, because in the round robin, sometimes like you won +3, it's already very comfortable, right? You won first 3 games and you say, okay, maybe a couple of draws. And here now you have to play.
And in the other way, if you are losing.
If you're losing, this is painful, because there is also momentum, right? There is also momentum. And then with every game you lose, you're kind of getting more and more desperate. And again, for the round robin, the advice is understandable. Usually these tournaments are longer, so maybe you can make a draw and recover. Here you will have to recover with the win if you want an overall good result.
I think it's also psychologically. So you have to try to change your mind, to try to refresh, like this is a new tournament or something.
Yeah, that's one of the ways to do it, exactly. So kind of, and some really great players, they were saying in interviews that I'm trying to play each game as individual. So I come to the board to play a good game today, and I'm trying to forget what was happening in the tournament. Either it's a good result or bad result, because sometimes you are getting, losing sense of reality from the good result. Like you scored 3 wins, and then you think, okay, I'm the best of the best of the best, so I don't have to prepare, don't have to calculate, I'll just crush everyone. And that's also kind of a tilt. So, Moroni against Chigayev, the Grunfeld defense, and CD5, knight d5, e4. Funny to say that this is, of course, one of the main positions in Grunfeld, but nowadays, it's kind of people play so many various anti-Grunfelds or sidelines of the sidelines, so you don't have too many games with this position recently. Bishop to g7, and then this bishop b5 check. Funny move. So the purpose of bishop b5 is to disrupt black's normal setup with c5, knight c6, and so on. Yeah, so after bishop b5, you don't want to play knight c6 in front of your pawn. You don't want to play, well, it's possible, but if you play knight d7, then it means like when you play c5, you have less pressure on the center. The knight's on d7, not on c6. And eventually, if you play bishop d7, I'm not sure. I don't think white exchanges. I think it goes like bishop e2, and in some lines, the fact that bishop is on d7 is also like in the way of your own queen. Okay, so bishop b5, black goes c6, and then white puts the bishop on a4. So for the time being, slowing down c6, c5. Castles, knight e2. And here again, white puts the knight on e2, not on f3, because after knight f3, bishop g4 would be possible, and additional pressure on the d4 square. c5, castles, knight c6. Both, of course, know what they're doing. It's a theoretical position. I'm not sure if d5 here is a good idea. Probably not. So the thing is, d5 would be very common in various other Grunfelds, but with the bishop on e2, so that after knight e4, knight e5, f4, like you would stop knight g4, knight c4, with the bishop on e2, this knight would have to go back, right? Here, it's a lot of jumping possible, knight c4, knight g4. So I don't think d5 is the move. I think one of the things they were doing was bishop a3, and then if you take, white takes, and takes this one, just keeps the bishop here. So it's the usual, how to say, the ideas are very common. So if white keeps the center intact, manages to develop the pieces, protect everything, he's usually better. And the opposite, if white has to somehow, let's say, take on c5, black is immediately fine, more than fine. So too early to speak once again. Board 3, we have, that's an interesting game. 2 ex-Ukrainians on board 3. Vitaly Sivuk currently representing Sweden, and Kirill Shevchenko currently playing for Romania.
Yes.
He's also living in Romania, also had a little chat with him. Not so many moves played, so not so much interesting just now. On board 4, I suggest, let's look at board 4. We have Jordan Van Forest once again back to the leading boards. And his young opponent from Turkey has played, well, kind of funny looking line. Look at the position. So black played a move with the queen and a lot of moves with the pawns.
Yeah, that is.
What's that? So it started, surprisingly, not like e4, e5, but as the Caro-Kann, knight f3, d5, d3. That's, okay, maybe not the most challenging system against the Caro-Kann, but quite a poisonous one. The thing is, if black goes for this endgame, white somehow has a bit of pressure, and it's very hard to even to explain why this happens, because you look at the position, it's absolutely symmetrical, the structure. White has the king on e1. But yeah, but there have been examples, white kind of playing it for win and achieving reasonable results. I think Magnus, among others, played this kind of endgames. So black decided to go queen c7. This is one of the lines that it's possible to play. Knight c3, applying some pressure on d5. d-e4, d-e4, and e7, e5. So the same position you could have from e4, e5. Let's go knight c3, c6, knight f3, d6, d4, queen c7, takes. And you have the same position. Well, knight c3 maybe is not the best move, right? So it is like some sort of Philidor defense with e5, d6, and so on. e5, white goes bishop c4, once again, very logical. b5. Almost tempted to say that something like takes and go bishop b5, bishop d5, but no, it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. Knight c6 or bishop b7. Doesn't work. It's just that b5 looks so provocative. Bishop b3, and black has to play another pawn move, because now knight g5 is a very serious threat. So like if you go knight f6, then after knight g5, black is in trouble. So that's why h6.
Is how many moves? Pawn? 4?
7 moves in total.
Yeah.
And only one of them with the queen, so 6 moves with the pawns.
Yeah, and black's is far to castle.
Yeah. So, well,
3 moves.
You know what? In reality, it's not that easy to prove the advantage for white. If white just plays like normal, usual moves, black's setup is very healthy. And let's say we understand now b4 might be a threat, so we play a3. I'm just pretending that I'm playing some normal moves. Yeah, the black castles. Black has either bishop g4 or just knight d7, knight c5. So overall, the knight on c3 is not great, and that's why black usually would have a good position, because yeah, like the knight's restricted. If f7 is not an issue, then also the bishop is not doing much on b3. There is, according to the computer, there is this line. I don't know how serious it is, but an attempt to go for this kind of sacrifice. Bishop d5 now. And now you cannot play knight c6 because ab. And after bishop b7, knight takes e5. Again, I have no idea how serious it is. Computer gives this with evaluation being equal. Yeah. So it has to take on d5, queen d5, knight f6, queen takes, and then something. For whatever reason, suggests queen b7. Kind of unhuman. I would probably try to castle. And the moment I'm playing the human move, immediately it's very bad for white. Bishop c5. So apparently queen b7 is to stop bishop c5. In this case, queen b5 is possible. Or queen c8. I don't know. Well, a4, he does play a4. Jordan just played. He's not forced to go to b5, of course. He can go knight e2, knight g3, or knight b1, knight d2. So knight b5 is not forced by any means. Is knight d5 a move? No, not really. So takes. And even knight f6 is possible. And if you take, the queen is getting stuck on a8. Bishop b7. That's funny.
Yeah.
And when you take
You need-
bishop c5, yes, the queen is getting trapped. So one has to be careful with these lines. Anyway, that that is an interesting position very early in the game. From move 8, something very, very original for both players.
Yeah. That would be very interesting if he decides to play knight b5.
Yeah, and like I could see Van Forest doing this. His style usually is to play like aggressive, very interesting chess and so on. However, when your opponent plays this, you would think maybe he prepared something, and then you prefer not to enter this kind of early tactical complications.
And he played b4.
A4 before, yeah. I mean, black didn't have that much of a choice, right? Taking would mean terrible damage to black structure and defending the pawn on b5 as well. So b4 is a must. I'm voting knight b1. I don't know. I think like knight b1 will be played. Also, computer suggests that it's
if the knight is bad on c3, like maybe it's not that bad. He just play b4 and try to bring the knight to d2 and then to c4.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Then knight b1 to go here. Yeah. So what inclusion of a4 b4 does, that white indeed gets very nice square on c4. But it also consumes quite a few moves for white, right? So you have to then play knight d2, then play knight c4. So black will develop a little bit. So knight here, for instance, bishop e7, castle, and looks reasonably solid for black.
Yeah.
Computer says it's around equal. Well, okay. Then what else do we check? There is of course a lot of games, some funny positions as well. Fedoseev on which board Fedosev's playing? Like board 10, I guess. Yeah.
He's playing in the board.
He's playing 10. Board 10 against Eray Kilic from Turkey, young international master, and they play a very, very funny line. So, French defense, bishop g5, he captured, he went bishop e7, a so-called Rubinstein French, and he captured on f6 with the pawn. So back in the day it was, and specifically capturing with the pawn and going a6. So, well, the alternative would be b6, bishop b7, and so on, but going a6 and preparing to go b5 was popularized by Alexander Morozevich a lot, and I think some people were calling this one as Morozevich variation of the French. c4 is one of the moves, because, yeah, if you play something slower, like queen to d2, for instance, black will play b5, put the bishop on b7, and have very flexible position. c4, f5, knight c3, and I think back in the day c5 was the move, or bishop f6 and then c5. Fedoseev prepared something new, queen d6. And I'm guessing now if white plays something slow, like bishop e2, black is ready to go c5, d5, e5 maybe. And the queen is not great on d6, but black is getting like very, very impressive center. Then e4, knight d7, knight e5. So white has to react to queen d6 somehow, and c5. And then if you go back, it means you just wasted a couple of tempis. That's why queen f4, g3, queen g4, something very original. I'm not sure how I feel about this queen maneuver by Fedoseev. Bishop g2. He's taking risk, of course. So not even sure how he's planning to develop, to be honest. Because you still need to develop the bishop and the knight. And bishop d7, for instance, I think knight e5 might be very unpleasant. So like takes, b7's hanging, knight's very strong. If you go knight c6, I'm guessing possible to trade everything.
To double the...
Yeah.
pawns.
To double the pawns, and also like the bishop is not great, and also another set of double pawns. So
To double, yeah.
black would have like a really strange pawn structure. He castled short for now, which is even more surprising. Okay, we shall see how this develops, but it seems to be very, very original game. Now I realized you could go queen g7, bishop f6, rook d8, knight c6, and try to say I'm winning. I'm winning the d4 pawn. Too many pieces attacking it. Yeah. So this is one of the very fresh original positions, but I'm not sure how good it is objectively for black. Probably not very good.
Yeah. And Fedosev yesterday lost against the
tournament leader against Parhov. Very strange game, yeah. Speaking of Parhov, on board 1, they did transpose into the Nimzo, and very funny specific line that we might get a chance to look at. So I'm returning to boards 1, 2, and so on. So after a3 and an exchange here, knight f6 was played, c takes d5, e takes d5, e3. Now white wants to play bishop d3, so bishop f5 is logical. And white goes f3. Again, many pawn moves. Now if black castles, g4 would be something that white wouldn't mind doing, but it doesn't work tactically. After g4, I think knight g4, pawn takes, and queen h4 is really bad. King d2, bishop e4, knight f3, and there is a check here. Okay, but since we already know that white has this plan of g4, there is a way to prepare it. White can go knight e2 and try to play g4, as computer indicates itself. After c5, g4 is one of the possible moves. And if bishop g6, even h4, which looks ridiculous, it's like really white completely ignores all the principles. But yeah, it's a very sharp and very interesting line. So there is that. Or even funnier is this little move, rook a2. Again, to have rook f2 in some variations after g4, and if it works like at full scale for white, so he can play this, and even in some cases like shift the rook or g2, so again getting very original positions.
Yeah, this is funny because you didn't develop any
you don't develop anything,
and
like it's
moving a rook.
Maybe one of the unique cases when you have everything on the first rank, and then you go rook a2, and normally it should be like super bad, right? And here it's one of the moves that is played here is rook a2. And by the way, Pichot did not castle short and went h5 immediately, and that's one of the options to stop the whole idea with g4 is to go h5. So now again, white can play this and this. Now white doesn't have like an immediate attack, so he will have to prepare e4, and to do that they usually play bishop d3, allowing the trade of this, then go knight e2, and then go e4. Maybe not immediately, preparing even more. And again, it could be, I don't know what black's doing, let's say c5. And somehow let's pretend these pawns are not lost. It could be beneficial to get the rook on f2 before going knight e2. Because if you do this, and you do this, and you are getting ready for e4, you would like your rook to be like on f2, on e1, something, but then the bishop on c1 is in the way. So you'll have to spend more time moving the bishop. It's tricky. And the bishop's best position in this line is probably on c1. So only when you go e4, then you have ideas like bishop g5. So very sharp, very tricky, strategical pattern. very sharp, strategically very sharp position where it's very easy for either side to get in trouble by not playing the best moves.
And pushing the pawn more to h4.
Yeah, so white will ignore this. So let's say white goes here. I presume like takes. Yes, you could play h4, and it might be not bad because let's say after 92 you're stopping knight g3, right? But going h3, I think in this particular case maybe helps white because he's back to his g4, knight g3, and so on business. g4, knight g3, and the pawn h3 maybe not doing you so much. I think you just keep it on h5 for now, and you are getting ready. So if white goes to knight g3, then you go h4. If I'm not mistaken, black is supposed to prepare, like one of the plans for black is to prepare long castle here, not short castle, especially after h5. Like if you go castle 92, because the reality is like it's very hard to stop e4. Black can, I don't know, try to put a million pieces here to kind of stop e4 physically, but then even with the pawn sacrifice sometimes white goes e4 and has very strong initiative.
Yeah, very interesting games for this round.
Yeah, and again, Parhov is on 5 out of 5. He's with white, he has this position. Like imagine him winning another one. He's just crushing the tournament.
He's having a really good tournament.
Yeah, on board 2, this Grunfeld, not much has happened to be honest. White castled, went bishop e3, black went knight a5, and d takes c5, played by Luca Moroni. I think what happens here usually is knight to c4, and you cannot really play. You don't want to get this bishop exchanged, of course. You cannot play bishop d4 because e5, and the bishop is in trouble. So you'll have to go back, and then black, of course, very happy
really
to have
pawn structure.
To have these pawns. Yes, after knight c4. Guessing trade on d8 and go like bishop g5, and then yeah, it will all depend if black kind of not getting in trouble immediately, because in the long run, even though black is a pawn down, but he has very flexible structure and white's pawns are weak. So for black, the task is to just finish the development. I'm guessing maybe king f8 could be the move. King f8 and then bishop to e6 or to d7. Later on, trying to win one of the pawns. So what white does here is like he's not playing for serious advantage, but at the same time there is some pressure on black. Like if black really wants the complicated game, he might get in trouble. So I think it's strangely like Grunfeld is not your first choice if you think I want to play safe, right? I mean, it should be like some Queen's Gambit or Slav defense. Grunfeld is usually played to, I don't know, to get complicated positions and maybe try for a win. But this specific line feels like it's not easy. It's not easy to get any sort of like promising position in terms of playing for a win. You know, b6 sometimes is the move, even though you're giving away the second pawn, right? But then moves like bishop a6, after rook e1, some knight c4, and even with all these pawns down, you might have compensation, like especially in this line. White is 3 pawns up. Can he be better? I think the answer is no, right? I mean, with such a terrible pawn structure. But technically, white is 3 pawns up, yeah. So we will see what Chigayev's gonna play. On board 3, again, not much to talk about. Some very, very early stages of the opening. Yeah, the Slav without d4. I think we had of the one of the games headed this way, and I was talking about some rook g1, g4 ideas, but then it became very like very boring. White castled short and went d4 and rook d1, rook e1, so on. So this game we will be checking in half an hour maybe.
Yeah.
Sisters, let's check the streamers' boards maybe.
Okay, let's watch Alexandra and Andrea.
So again, reminder, Alexandra is leading the tournament on perfect score. However, what is this? Somehow she played opening relatively fast, both her and her opponent, because it's move 15. In some games in a tournament it's like 5 moves, here it's 15. So it's a King's Indian, Samish variation with f3 and bishop e3, knight to d7, queen d2, a6, knight e2. Knight e2. And previously Alexandra had in one of her games this castle, c5, knight e2, queen a5, and so on. I think, yeah, remember, king b1 or g4 and king b1. Here she went knight g2, allowing b7, b5. I don't know if it's any good, this pawn sacrifice, which she decided to accept. c6 and e5.
It looks like it's a prep, maybe.
Yeah, of course. He's on 1 hour 25, and it was a long time since I checked this line, kind of for the last time.
And also I saw him in Formentera.
He was playing the King's Indian, yeah? Or
no, I just saw him.
So
there.
he was playing, yes.
The same tournament, yes.
Right. So here, White is facing a bit of consequences of playing this Samish variation. So, because a long time ago they were making jokes like f3 is a good solid move, creating the center, but did you ask the knight from g1 what it's thinking? Because, yeah, like, of course, you take away the natural square from the knight. So when you put the knight on e2, now you found the square for the knight, but the bishop on f1 is a bit stupid. And when the position is closed, you don't really care, right? You can kind of play it slow, maybe move the knight later on. But when black starts to open up the position, and you feel like next move is going to be d5 and everything will explode in the center, so you would love to castle or find a way to hide the king as soon as possible. So your ideal move in this position could be bishop f1 to d3.
First,
but it's impossible.
Maybe moving the bishop first and then the knight on e2.
Yeah, but then, again, like if you move the bishop first, there are other problems. So it's not like one move is better than the other. Yeah, I'm just trying to explain like what's the problem for white at all. Because, say, computer plays rook d1, kind of calm and cool, keeping the king in the center, but then after d5, like playing practical game like that, I'd be scared. So a move knight c1 is understandable. d5 nonetheless, takes, knight takes, pawn takes. So now...
They already exchanged many pieces.
Yeah, so now the problem is that your natural developing move after e4, bishop d4 runs into queen h4 check. Luckily you're not losing the bishop yet, you can block on f2, but then black goes queen f6, targets this guy. If you castle queen b2 is probably equal. If you try to insist on keeping the pawn, knight d3, then you might get in trouble after knight b6, and this is a very strong move. Preparing knight c4, and you cannot play b3, of course, because the rook is hanging. And if you take the knight, then you cannot castle because the queen is covering g1. So it feels like bishop e2 is a must. You need to develop the pieces, right? But at the same time, it's not bringing any advantage.
Yeah.
And if you're ambitious, like you go knight b3, saying that if you take d4, I'll take with the knight, then in fact after rook e8, it is getting very, very bad. this and the rook e3, queen e3 and queen h4, and this way black is actually winning. Yeah, she has already played bishop e2.
Oh,
that's okay. So takes. If black goes for this line, check and queen f6, I think the best to do for white is just a castle and
give the pawn
not give the pawn back and not be scared of positions like this. If black decides to win the pawn on a2, he's winning the pawn, but he doesn't have any advantage. It's quite contrary. It could be
pair of bishops.
Yeah, a pair of bishops, and also the rook is in trouble. So now white is threatening to take on d7. And if you move the knight to, say, knight f6, then after bishop c5, the rook is trapped. So after rook b1, for black, it's better not to take, just go back, and it's an equal position. Usually, we are not very happy if we did not get advantage with white. But for the tournament situation, for Alexandra, it's perfect. Yeah. So if she makes a draw against one of the closest rivals, so in the B tournaments, it's is it the same situation? She's on 5, right? She's the only on 5, and how many people on 4.5? Maybe also not so.
Just 2. Yes, just 2.
Just 2, and she's playing one of them.
Yes,
right?
she's playing.
That makes a lot of sense.
Indian Canadian Master. Yeah.
Okay, so let's quickly check what Andrea is doing, and this is another King's Indian. Oh no! Sorry, it wasn't the King's Indian. It was. It started as the King's Indian from black's perspective, but then it transposed into paired defense. Knight c3 and knight e2, c5, and then it transposed into what? Into Dragon Sicilian with g3. Again, a lot of transpositions. Like if you play e4, c5, knight f3, d6, takes, knight f6, knight c3, g6. Then, of course, the main would be bishop e3 and long castle against the dragon, but this line exists as well. g3, bishop g7, bishop g2, and here we are. That's exactly what... wait a second. Here, right? That's exactly what we got. Knight c6, knight back to e2. Knight d7. I think main move used to be rook to b8. And then b5, b4. But knight d7 is also possible, so you get the knight here.
To bring the fianchetto and short castle with white, it's not that aggressive.
No. It's not the dangerous system. Yes, it's just like some people like to play with the bishop on g2, king super safe and everything. Black shouldn't be scared, of course. Knight c5, a4, bishop e6, knight d5. So this is usually the main idea for white in this dragon variations with the short castle, with the same side castle, to put the knight on d5 and later on play c3 to neutralize the power of this bishop, right? So while the knight remains on c3, it's kind of half pinned. Yeah, like I say, you play bishop e3 and then move the knight, b2 is hanging. So that's kind of the idea, to go to d5 and later play c3. And therefore, like, knight d7 could be not the best, simply because, like, if white does all the same, goes h3 and after b5 goes, say, knight d5, one of the things to do is that you can take and put the knight on e5, so you keep the bishop on c8 instead of, like in our situation, you'll have a pair of knights. So if you take on d5, e5, this is better for white for sure. But still, too early to discuss.
Yeah.
Right, and then we could check Zach.
Yeah, the other streamer. Alexandra is winning 38 points of
Wow.
Elo.
So she will not be allowed to play this tournament next year.
Yeah.
She's crossing 2000, like if she keeps all the rating points won. But I think she used to be much higher rated, right?
I think,
she used
yeah,
to be...
it's because she was not playing more classical tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why maybe she was not, I don't know the word, like used to again, and she had to come back and she lost her rating and now she's winning
yeah,
again.
so probably first tournaments, then she came back, she was not playing very well.
Yeah.
But now she's getting back in form, yeah. Okay, so Zach's game, one of the streamers on lower boards in the A tournament, right?
Yeah.
So he is playing with black, and it's you tell me, I tell you. This Scotch opening here. Okay, knight f6, knight takes, pawn takes. We had in one of the games, I think it was somebody against Pichot with knight d2, right? So in our game here, e5, which is the main line, queen e2, queen e7, queen e2, knight to d5, and h4. And h4, c4 is the main move. h4 was played, and it actually has like some very funny ideas. Sometimes white would leave the rook, like rook h3, rook e3 after going c4. So
I think h4, the idea is, how you say, to bring the rook and also
to go bishop g5 sometimes.
Yes, and the bishop cannot go to a6 yet, so...
So you're kind of half waiting move, very useful, but at the same time, like not allowing bishop a6, and c4 is very often met with bishop a6, one of the possible moves for black. So h4.
I think h4 is a suggestion I watched. Gotham was suggesting this move against the Scotch, so maybe...
Yeah, it's possible. It was played, and it was played, I think, on high level as well by the likes of Jan Nepomniachtchi, again, Alexander Morozevich back in the day. I think there was a game, Morozevich Anand, for example. So it's not completely ridiculous move. So it was played on high level. f6, and I'm not sure about f6, but it cannot be like too bad. But probably not the strongest move. Okay, we'll see. Takes on e2, knight takes back on f6. Well, after white's short castle, black's probably more than fine. d5, yeah. What problem do you have? Like some double pawns? Are we scared? Not really. No, I think Zach's doing completely fine in today's game. Yeah, also bishop f5 will attack c2. Rook b8, rook b4 if needed, or maybe just bishop f5 and rook here. Yeah. So today his position is good.
Yes.
Okay, so we are getting closer to the end of the first hour, and let's check if by accident we have some results maybe. I'm scrolling through the game sometimes. Yeah, very often it will be like very quick draw between some players who, I don't know.
Sometimes they are the same nationality.
Sometimes they don't have motivation. Sometimes, you get surprised in the opening and decide to repeat the moves. But today, we don't have any of this, it seems.
Yeah. Someone is saying, like, I might play this event next year.
Nice. We might commentate this event next year. So if the stars align, we'll see each other.
Yeah. It's a really beautiful tournament in this beautiful island in Italy. So I think it's really good idea to play this Opens tournament.
Yeah, so that's like, on so many levels. Like you can be kind of half chess professional, and then again it's a nice open tournament to play in a lovely place with a strong field. You can be like amateur who plays maybe one tournament a year, and then for you again it's a very nice kind of opportunity to see strong chess players, to have your vacation on a beautiful island of Sardinia. So I would guess it makes perfect sense to consider participating in this tournament. I'm getting back to board 1 because something really funny is happening here. F3, H5, and I've mentioned some extravagant moves like Rook A2, but I could not imagine the move that Parhov played, Knight H3. Seriously, looks like beginner's play. Like
Yes.
if black takes, especially, like no development, everything on the first rank.
And if you develop the only piece is really not
Immediately
very good
exchanging.
square,
Yeah, and then what do you think? White is better, believe it or not, because he has long range pieces, the bishops, which are very easy to develop. Like in reality, you don't need to develop bishop from C1 just yet. It will play immediately after E3, E4. You can finish the development of this bishop by simply playing bishop E3. Again, you have semi-open files for the rooks, or even like doubling the rooks on the G file. And what's more important, black has 2 knights, but no nice squares to put these knights on, right? So E4 is covered. It's just, strangely, it's just a better position for white, despite that he is lacking development. So black quite correctly assessed that the knight should not be taken, castle short, and then bishop D3. And Pichot, seems like he's struggling a little bit.
Yeah, he spent like 30 minutes.
So he's down to 1 hour after 10 moves. And the thing with this kind of positions, because I've played the Nimzo and I had a few games with this type of structure. If you don't know exactly how to oppose White's long-term plan of going E4, and I'm saying this, it's not like I know exactly how to oppose the plan. You might actually get in trouble, doesn't matter what you're doing. So he's right, paying attention right here, right now, kind of trying to figure out the best way. But it's also still not easy. So like if you just take on D3, Queen D3, then again white castles, and he's getting ready to play E4. Can go knight f4, can go knight g5, especially after h5. I think knight g5 could be a very annoying move. So the knight stays on g5 and this supports e4 at the same time eyeballing the h7 square. Oops. So after bishop d3 with black, I would probably try to play something like queen d7.
To stop in the knight, maybe?
Yeah, like to... If you exchange, at least the bishop on f5 is getting substituted with the queen. And what's interesting, after bishop f5, one of the moves computer suggesting is actually castle. So it doesn't care at all about black winning this pawn. It just says e4, rook a2, rook g2. White is much better because he's the one getting the attack, and interestingly, he's the one who's leading development now, because now a little bit different factors. The main theater is the king side, kind of the whole play will develop in the king side, and white is much faster to get the pieces here, like rook a2, rook h2.
Yeah, it looks like the knight doesn't have good squares to go.
Exactly, yeah, like technically you develop it by putting on c6 on d7, but it doesn't have like too many prospects. And even what's interesting, that let's say something like this happens, and I'll just wait, and let's say the knight appears on c4, and it's nice looking knight on c4, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
And it doesn't protect the king side. So this is why it's it's challenging. So black has to kind of find the really clever moves to find some early counterplay. I think it could be that you take, and maybe you play c5 here quickly, so that after castles, still knight c6.
Maybe leaving the bishops, like how you say queen d7.
Queen d7, yeah. Could
and
be
after
queen d7.
castle,
After castle,
c5.
just c5, yeah. No, wait, but then again, this thing says you can go e4, takes, and there are some tricks. If knight takes, queen f3 wins, it turns out, attacking both the bishop and the knight. And if bishop takes, this is super dangerous position, by the way. If bishop takes, then rook f6 is very strong. Bishop d3, queen d3, pawn takes, and bishop h6. And again, white pieces all of a sudden are very fast to join the attack. Okay, yeah, so of course the game continues. It doesn't mean that white is winning or something, but it's not an easy position to play for Pichot. And I'm impressed with his opponent, I have to say.
Yeah, he's playing
really well this tournament. Okay, now I'm scrolling down the top 10 boards, and I've got to say, not much interesting is going on. Like lower in the, in the playing hall, some boards around maybe 20, I could see some really fun looking positions, but on the top boards, everybody is too solid. Maybe Fedoseev is a notable exception, so that's board 10, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
In the chat, they say shout out to Daniel Darda, who has won today, entered the world top 100. I don't know if that's true.
If he wins, I guess. Right? Can you check his player's profile here? Is he winning rating or not? I think he's playing white against Yahil Sokolovsky.
I think he's talking about the new FIDE month.
Yes.
Rating.
Today is the 1st of May, so he's gotten some ELO points. Yeah, maybe. It's like when you enter it for the first time, it's kind of the big deal.
Yeah.
then you want more, and then you say, okay, now I'm in top 50, and then you want more, and then at some point you go back, and this is painful.
First.
And then you pretend that you don't care, like I do. I say, okay, I don't care about my rating. Of course I do, but it's not that easy.
Yeah.
All right, so I suggest we look at Fedoseev's game a little bit. When we get the chance to check it with, with the computer, with the camera, we will. I'll just show what happened. This funny-looking French with a lot of queen moves. Rook to d8, knight to c6, and rook b8. Okay, this is confusing. h3, queen g7, and white played knight to e5. So I guess the point of rook b8 is that black wants to, play some random move. Black could play b5, pawn takes, rook takes maybe? Or no, then d5 is very strong. Then I don't know, why would you play rook b8? Because this is not an idea. Computer says some bishop d7, bishop e8, which is also possible, but then why would you go rook b8? It's a mystery. Computer stuff. After knight e5, knight e5 is of course very tempting move, very straightforward. So if this exchange happens, black has difficulties developing the bishop, right? Let's say rook takes, and these things are not getting developed in this game.
Yeah, to take the pawn on c5 allows to check on d8.
Rook check, yeah, you have to go bishop f8, and then white is so much winning. I don't even know. Like you can play pretty much any move. Like queen f4, computer likes queen h4 for whatever reason, but I think pretty much anything should work. This is nice, like having double pin here, double pin here. Yes, but what does he have to do? He cannot leave the knight on c6. White's going to take, right? Going here also looks terrible. So probably he takes and maybe doesn't take on on d1.
Maybe b5 here.
b5 here. Yeah, then white takes, black takes, and queen d4. And and computer says, you know what, c6.
Oh.
It also looks bad because queen a7 is also a threat, right? So it gives like c6, rook b6, rook d1 with serious advantage for white. I wonder if Fedoseev have taken too much risk with his original play. Honestly, it looks like black is already in trouble. Okay, there is one suggestion to take and go. Oh, wait a second. So this I cannot do. Simply because takes and queen e8. Yes. Mm-hmm. It's okay. Because computer is showing really strange move, rook f8. But then perhaps wants to take one of the two pawns. Oops. No. One of the two pawns and keeps the rook to protect the 8th rank.
Yeah.
Still, this is such a bad bishop. It's like, I understand he probably analyzed some of this, Fedoseev, and has an idea how to play, but this is like, you're trying to imitate the play of computer, pretty much. Yes. Like, it's somewhat unhuman, like moves like, you don't develop, you move your rook on the 8th rank back and forth, so it's very hard to play such positions. Who knows? Maybe it's gonna work for him.
I don't know, maybe he just will give the pawn on
c6.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But even not clear how. Oh, wait. If we play bishop d7, how bad is this? Knight takes, rook takes. And it doesn't even take, it goes d5.
Yeah.
And this is bad again. Yeah, I keep forgetting about it, by the way. Perhaps have to mention that structures like this, d5 is always an idea to go d4, d5. These 3 pawns are looking not bad, like flexible, cover some squares and so on, but they have a weakness. If you exchange this pawn, nothing bad happens, right? f7 pawn, well, maybe black is not happy, but still fine. But if this pawn disappears, the e6 pawn, then the other 2 are like just doubled and very bad. And that's why, yeah, white is looking for d5. And now that I said all this, I'm wondering if an immediate d5 was an option. And it was, and also white would be like slightly more pleasant. But the move he played, knight e5, is better. Okay. So...
And something like f4 is...
For black.
Yeah.
Let's see. It says...
it looks like yes, bishop takes and then knight.
Pawn takes. I was thinking maybe we have some counterplay here. Knight b8. Just not impressed at all. Yeah, f4, you're right. And especially because white played h3, right? So with the pawn on h2, it would be solid. So f4 we kind of want to do, but
there is no time.
There is no time. Yeah, and he actually does play like computer. He takes on e5, goes rook f8. I don't know. I'm worried about this position.
Yeah.
I'm worried about this position. It doesn't look all so promising. Who are our usual heroes? Let's check. Jules Moussard we like to watch, right?
Yes.
So that's a couple of boards up from Fedoseev and precisely on board 7. So Jules is on 4 out of 5, yeah?
Yeah, he's playing against the international master from Kazakhstan, Ramazan.
Shalmakhanov, yeah.
Yeah.
And here, so Jules with white, and it is the Spanish with d3. I think something similar, a4, rook b8, a takes, was played among other games in one of the World Championship match games between Carlsen and Nepal. I think the move was c3 there, where Jules has played knight to c3. Which makes perfect sense, by the way. Yeah, h3, bishop e6, knight e5, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight b4. There are some funny positions after knight d4. Takes, and you have this border on the d file, which splits the board in half and like looks like white bishop on b3 is terrible.
Looks like a pawn.
And strangely, it is somehow computer likes white a little. Still, I don't know why. Maybe because white holds the A file, and like if anything, maybe C3 later, and the bishop somehow joins. So knight B4 is much more concrete. He wants to take this guy. White goes D4, E4, and knight to G5. So now if you take on D5, I guess knight E4 is the problem. Knight takes, bishop takes, knight back to F6. And now if white returns, then after D5, black is fine. But white has bishop C6, which is much more annoying. Puts the bishop on C6, it takes control of over E8.
And also
A8 as well, yes. So if you go rook B6, then after D5, white is practically winning. You have to go D5 yourself in this case, and white cares something like queen D3. I mean, attacking this guy. Queen D3, I guess. Yeah, B4, so now the bishop is free, and after rook E1, white's better. So black has to find the way to continue. And one more thing I have to mention. Yes, of course. H6 looks like the knight is trapped. H6, like white knight has no moves. But then knight E4, and queen. What? I was thinking queen E1, to be honest, which wins the piece back. But computer shows even funnier move. Queen F3, simply, because after F5 or knight back to F6, C3, and this knight is also trapped. Tricky. And according to the machine, the best move is some crazy looking C5. And if I take en passant, then D5. And then he wants to take back the C6 pawn, and also H6 becomes the real threat.
And who is
it's
better here?
Somewhat equal. It says 0-15 in white's favor, so it's, you know, it's not much. It's hard to tell. Probably equal. Should be considered as equal. Like if it's 0-15, 0-10, it's not a big advantage, if there is an advantage at all. So Jules playing, and yeah, I think his position is one of the few which are really kind of alive, while many games they just finished with the, you know, with the opening play. Like for instance, I can show you board 5. Board 5. Not a single pawn exchanged. I don't know why would you spend half an hour reaching this position.
Both players
spend half an hour. Like, yeah, I mean, this position, you can check in the database, it will be 500 or maybe 5,000 games for this, and still people like playing it. Next to them, Daniel Darda. People were mentioning Daniel Darda. Again, something like developing very slow. On board 6, I guess, right? Yeah, board 6. 11 moves, and he's down to 51 minutes. Okay, let me see why people would be spending time here. Because it's like very weird moves order. You can have this position from like million different openings. Castles, Queen C2. Queen C2 is, I think H3 is the move to stop bishop G4. Anyway, Queen C2, bishop G4, rook D1. So he's fine with this, which normally isn't such a great idea. Strangely, some rook C8.
It's not a great idea for black.
For white, no, for white to have these pawns. It's strange because it looks so nice. Like you go King H1 and you use the rook, but if black pays attention, somehow there is never enough attack, and these pawns are nonetheless kind of not ideal. And the same idea that black at some point goes D4. If these guys are getting exchanged, then you are left with just like with quite weak double pawns. So I would think taking on F3 is an option, or just going Queen E7 as computer suggests. Go Queen E7, Knight D5 is dangerous. Knight D5 is funny. knight b4, attacking both of these, and I would think queen c5, but the knight takes, defends the queen.
Defending the queen.
Yeah, and if you take the knight, then rook f d8, back rank, and after this, bishop f3, gf3, and simply rook c8. So white has two bishops against the rook, but perhaps cannot develop.
Yeah, if the bishop can activate.
Yeah, you cannot go here, but if you try to activate it like this, that's again, you know what, every positional concept has some tactical justification behind it. So here after rook c8 we say we have positional compensation. White cannot develop, but he cannot develop because after e4 there is tactic which works for black, rook c1 and queen g5.
This is beautiful.
Queen c1. This is beautiful, but again, that's computer variation, which is players not likely to find unless they know it, right?
Yeah.
So that's tricky. And maybe, like, I'm looking at computer lines, I'm saying, okay, black is more than okay. And maybe the player is thinking, okay, after queen e7, he will take my pawn, and I'm just a pawn down. I cannot play queen e7. And he didn't, by the way. He went rook to c8, which is still fine, yeah. Just still fine. All right, so I suggest, since we are like more than 1 hour into the round, let's visit again Alexandra and Andrea Botta's game and have a little break after that.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, let me find. So for Alexandra, before I see her position, I'm wishing for her to have a short castle by now, because that's the only danger. It was the only danger in her position, that she will not... She did castle. Bravo. Okay, so they have this line, bishop e2, and black played somewhat imprecise, I'm thinking. Rook a4 instead of capturing on d4 immediately. So black played rook a4, and then white castles, e takes, and Alexandra went bishop g5. According to the machine, better would be to keep the bishop here on f2, after which white has some advantage. Material is equal, but black pawns are doubled. Yeah, white has two connected passed pawns.
Later, with knight b3,
yeah, maybe
rook
knight b3 and rook d1 and takes, or even let the pawns be. Let's say go knight d3 maybe, and then rook to c1, and then start moving her own pawns. That's another plan. There is nothing wrong with bishop g5, but I mean strategically there is nothing wrong with bishop g5. But after queen b6, you will have to spend time to react to the d3 threat. After knight d3, there is knight e5. The knight is trying to get here. Maybe still fine. b3, rook goes, and some.
And maybe you want to put the bishop on f2, and so now
yeah, maybe you still go here, and put the bishop on f2. Yes, but then it was better to just go bishop f2 at the first place. Right. But anyway, at least she didn't get into any trouble. She managed to castle successfully, and yeah, the game goes on. They are relatively close on the clock, right? 58 minutes for Alexandra, 58, 59, and 1 hour and 5 for her opponent.
And they already played 19 moves.
Yep. So. And Andrea, Alexandra's sister. Something very similar to what I was saying happened. Knight e6, bishop e6, knight d5, and Andrea decided to take. And these positions, I think, are known to be somewhat better for white. It's interesting. Look, white went rook a2, strange looking move, in order to play b3. And fun fact is that white can actually play b3 in such positions immediately.
Really?
Yeah, it looks super scary, right? But in order to, I mean, if you're just jumping somewhere, I will later on play, here I will play rook a2, right? Or even knight d4. you can try to say, okay, I will win the exchange by force, like give a check and take on a1. But then c3 is terribly unpleasant. In this particular case, it actually says winning for white. But even if it doesn't win, like the bishop is getting stuck, bishop h6 is a threat. So for the exchange that white sacrifices, he has like very strong initiative. And here it just says white is winning because probably traps the bishop on a1. So b3 could be like saving a tempo for white. But still, doesn't matter. Rook a2, rook c8, b3, and Andrea went knight a6. Kind of going here. So black has, how to say it, like some tactical chances, yeah, but strategically white's position is very, very, kind of very, very solid, very, very strong. So something like bishop d2, c4, rook e1, and eventually put the knight on d4, go f4. It's very hard to create counterplay with black.
What would be an idea to play?
Well, to go b5 somehow, but it's very hard to imagine. Well, okay, one of the reasons why, let's say, why these positions are kind of better for white, because this is a backward pawn. For now, no one's touching it, right? But this is what white can play against, like double, bring one rook, then maybe knight d4 and double the rooks. And very often, you have the backward pawn and you are hoping to kind of push it, yeah? Let's say go e4. But in the situation like this, you would be opening opponent's bishop. Yeah, I mean, I understand here it's just stupid to suggest e4 because, sorry, e6, because white will take. But even if you don't take, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's say black goes queen c7, so this one's protected. c4, e6. Still, white is much better by simply capturing, going knight d4, putting the bishop on maybe c3, and rooks in the center. So it doesn't mean that black's position is terribly bad. She has to just, let's say, play reasonable moves and wait for opponent to kind of overextend, maybe. Maybe really like return the knight to... I'm not sure why would you go knight a6. I mean, I understand this is a threat. But if white doesn't blunder knight before, what the knight's doing on a6, maybe knight c7, and then somehow play for b5. I don't like it. Yeah, there's
yeah,
a5.
I don't know. Maybe e6, but still the same with
like this. Then e6 square is not pleasant. Yeah. Kind of one of the ways to explain it could be that maybe you have one minor piece too many. Like if there is no knights, if these knights got exchanged, then black puts the remaining knight. Oh, I mean, I can illustrate this. After bishop d2, I will return. I'll go here. Say something like this happens. And even a5. Then black has like job for both of his pieces. The bishop is on the diagonal, knight stays on c5. Still very hard to break through with e5, but at least black can defend. Yes, the only weakness is e7. You can defend it from here, from c7. You can even sometimes go for this type of pawn structures. Bishop f6, ef6. And it's also fine. Later on, go f5. So for white, the trick is not to exchange the pieces, the minor pieces, and kind of slowly develop the pressure. And yes, he did play bishop d2. So I'm not saying it's like terribly bad, but somewhat passive position, you know. Like we know Andrea, she likes to attack and everything, and in this position, it's not much to attack for white is so solid. Anyway, maybe she'll find what to attack later on. So again, I'm scrolling quickly, cannot see any results yet.
Maybe sack.
Maybe sack we can check.
Sack just has 1 point. It's not a good tournament for him. But it's because the A group is very strong. Yeah.
Did he play previous tournaments in Europe?
Yes.
Right? So he's part of this streamer squad.
Yeah. We played Menorca. He didn't have a good tournament neither there. Yeah.
So he's on this 2019 rating, so it's kind of a few points less. He would be playing the B tournament, yeah, and kind of he's too strong to play the B tournament and cannot really find his play in the A tournament. Okay, here though his position is good. D5, Rook D1, Knight G4, 95 now, for instance. He's actually better. Or H6. Force the bishop to C1 or D2. Some line at 95. Bishop E2. What? Knight G4 back. Bishop F3 back. Also not bad. Can have a draw. To play for a win, I'm not sure. There is something computer recommends like H6 and Knight to E5 and to go Bishop E7, but it doesn't look any human. The bishop is so good on C5. Why would you go Bishop E7?
Maybe just wait with the bishop on...
Yeah, Bishop D7 or
yeah, to connect the rooks and try to bring the other bishop.
Wait. Bishop D7 specifically is not great. Because Knight D5 and Rook D5, yeah? Or even Bishop D5. So Bishop D7. I played Bishop D7. I should not.
Yeah.
Maybe to E6, but then we run into Rook E1. To F5. Again Knight D5. This is stupid. So Knight D5, strangely, is a threat. So maybe that's why we play Knight E5 first. This bishop has to go back, and only then we develop this guy. Yeah, this works. This works.
Looks more...
Right, yeah. No, yeah, you're absolutely right. There is no need to look for something extraordinary, just to connect the rooks and play this position. Black should be perfectly fine. Maybe the first time in this tournament where Zach is higher rated than his opponent.
Yeah.
Alright, so I think we will take a little break and we'll return in some 10-15 minutes to continue looking at the 6th round. Yep.
Drop of mountains add to the beauty. What a amazing atmosphere here, and this is really amazing here. And they are managing according to their requirement. Yes, ball with him, and yes, double door. I think hello friends. Right now we are starting at the entrance of the Club Marina Beach Hotel. And why we are here? We are here for the Sardinia World Chess Festival. So let's do the venue tour with us. So we are starting. Here every step feels like a journey through nature. The path ahead splits with the main hotel building to the left and the open sky and parking to the right. Here you can spot some cozy quarters. As we stroll forward, you will notice cars from all over the Europe parked here, bringing in players including grandmasters for the chess festival. The backdrop of mountains add to the beauty of this scene. So now we will move on, and here is the board of Club Marina Hotel. These boards are so many places displaying all the information regarding this place. So moving on, we reach the main hotel building, flanked by the restaurant on one side and the tournament hall entry from the another side. Downstairs lies the heart of the chess section. What an amazing atmosphere here. And this is the restaurant, and we will make a separate video for the restaurant, so you will understand everything about this place. So now let's head towards the center. Now to the left you will find the tennis court and football field, but we will explore those on our way back. And right now we will move towards the beach. Let's go. And the coming place holds a special charm for me, especially its thoughtful arrangement for the children. I can't help but miss my own 3-year-old son. If you are here with kids, they are in for a treat with all the activities available here. You can see a very special trees here. This is really cool place for kids. It's like a full school is here. I think you also missing your childhood days with me. So this is really amazing place for family, and you can plan to come here for play tournament, and you can come with your family, your kids. This is really something special. The lush greenery ahead truly captivating. You can feel the sounds of the birds, I think. Okay, now one path leads to the center while the other takes us to the sports arena. Let's continue towards the beach. As here we are near the beach with a charming bridge over the Cadrino River. The water is so clear, you can see tiny fish swimming, and this is really an amazing place, trust me. Here you can see the so many greenery and tiny fish you can see here. And there is a hotel gate which is actually closed from night 8 o'clock to morning 7:30. In the middle of our journey we encounter a delightful scene, a child playing by the shore. It's a moment like this that makes this place truly special. And what a view of the sea. Are you able to see now? Let's see. stretching out towards the horizon. Looking eastward, India feels so far yet so close. The crystal clear water and seamless blend of sky and sea offer a scene of tranquility. I saw so many players are sitting next to the beach after coming after their round and even before the round. So I think now we will spend some time here and then go back to the sports arena. So फिलहाल दोस्तों मैं और शायद काम कर रहे थोड़ी ताकि काम के तरह थोड़ा सा आराम किया जाए. खूबसूरत नज़ारा है यहाँ. Now let's head to the sports arena. सब अच्छा है. Hi. Hi. Once again, we are crossing the same bridge. You can spend some quality time even on this bridge. Definitely with someone. So once again we will cross the same place where we find the garden for kids and also another way to go back to the hotel. And you can see here the boat heading towards the sports arena, and this way we can go back to the hotel. So let's go towards the sports arena. And you can see some kids already is with playing some football here. So actually some camps are in full swing here. Kids are honing with their football skills, perhaps producing the next football legends. Some are enjoying tennis, while others are engaged in football training. Here you can see one couple is playing, I think, tennis. This is a truly amazing place. This is divided in 5 different courts, and they are managing according to their requirements. Some are playing tennis, some they converted in football field. We see some other kids engrossed in games while professional coaches oversee the action. So I think in next field some game is going on and so many small kids are participating, I think. So let's go and check what is going on there. And we are moving just behind the goalpost, and here we have a star goalkeeper who's about to strike the ball, I think so. Yes, ball with him, and yes, game already in progress. Yeah, truly amazing there. Look, so this is Campo, some camp is going on. So this is A, next field is this a camp B or something like that. This I think more elder kids are playing here. You can see here they are playing, I think, a synthetic court tennis. Double. Yeah, playing doubles. This is all covered by glass, this area. Maybe you can come and enjoy this game also here. And here coach is giving instruction to a young man and others are busy in the game, and you can feel why Italy was so many times they were world football champion. And here synthetic tennis is going on in here. The expensive football field shaded by trees, and I don't know why evokes a sense of nostalgia. I am remembering the scene from the movie Lagan here. So you can see here so much sports environment is here, and maybe if you come here you can take part in these kind of activities also to make you refresh, make you fit keep you fit during the tournament. And now we will back to the main hotel arena. So let's walk to this beautiful path, and here we are. This is the way I show you earlier when we are going towards the beach. When we take left, you will see the almost same road I show you in start. So we almost covered a full round of this entire place. So now we are already back to the main hotel arena. We reflect on our journey, appreciating the beauty of this place, whether on foot or by bicycle. Now let's step inside to the hotel. Take a moment to admire the vibrant Italian artwork adorning to the walls. The reception area is inside us. So let's see. This is the main door. I think it's wow! Look at this place. Wow! I really like it. So this is the main door of the reception. I hope it should open automatically. Okay, so the reception area welcomes you, but first this is the reception for organizer for the chess tournament. Here you can come and wait, and let's explore the courtyard. This is so beautiful. Here you can see the open space. Here all the rooms are there, and this is really amazing. Open place. You can walk here if you want, but you can enjoy in your room also. So I think now this is the time to walk towards our room. All hotel is very quiet, cozy. No one is going to disturb you here, so you can prepare your game quietly and also enjoy sometimes walk in passage in inside the hotel, outside the hotel. So now we are heading towards our room. There's so many rooms, so it takes time. So this is our room now, and definitely this footage is a little old when we arrived, because right now I can't show you my room. You can understand all around it so many things. Now this is very clean. There is actually 3 beds, but they divided in 2 beds One for Shahid, one for me. This is the balcony.
And we are back after a small break. We were watching some of the tournament, like the hotel and...
Yeah, so that's a venue, the hotel where all of us staying, and the playing hall is in the same building.
Yeah. It's a little bit big, like, well, I got lost a few times in the hotel.
Yeah, so it's a bit of the territory, right?
Yes.
Not the hotel itself, but yeah, it's a huge territory with swimming pools and so on and so on.
Yeah.
Okay, so while we were on a break, we have a result in the leading group, but no big things on board 8. I think, yeah, on board 8, one of the games of today's round on board 8 has finished in a draw. It's Benny Eisenberg with white from Israel, and Turkish Ediz Gurel made a draw in, I would believe, sort of a theoretical variation. So it's knight of variation with white castling long and something like this. Yeah, you'll see yourself very soon. After knight c4, I think white can try to play on if he captures on c4 and goes like king b1 or something. But going g5 allowed black to take on b2, king b2, and this is just a perpetual check.
Oh, and he chose to do a perpetual.
A draw was agreed. Well, a player with black had kind of 170 more ELO points. White decided
maybe he just wanted to have a draw because he's playing with the black pieces. He's one of the leaders, maybe?
Yeah, like for white, it's understandable for the player with white because he might be going for Grandmaster norm and again, like playing, facing much higher rated opponent. And with black, you don't have much of a choice, I'm guessing. Like if you don't go knight b2 here and play some knight d7, then maybe now white can take, go h4, and you might actually be in trouble. So maybe knight b2 is almost forced. Next to this, on board 7, remember we checked Jules Moussat against Jean Makhanov. This funny position where both knights, knight on g5 and knight on b4, were getting trapped at some point. So black did play the strongest move, c5, and Jules went with c3. This is probably kind of knight d3 is already played. I'm not sure what he's expecting to get with white here, because I was thinking knight d5 could be the move. But
then,
knight d4. Yeah, knight d4, and then win the knight on d3. But then strangely, knight to c1, knight f6, bishop f6, rook c1, black takes cd4. After cd4 goes maybe rook e8, or like I wanted to say queen b6, but queen b6 allows rook c6. Rook e8 maybe. And yes, white is a pawn up, but the bishop on b3 is aiming at its own pawn, and the pawns are doubled, and the bishops are opposite colors, so like black
there is some pressure on d4 too.
Yeah, there is pressure on d4. Actually, just realized that if you go queen b6, you can do this, and after rook c6, you just take with the queen, and probably an equal position. Rook d6, bishop b2 there is. So there is not much. If you play bishop c2 instead and not take on e4, black kind of can do the same. Maybe take this guy first. No, if you take this guy, then bishop d3, right?
Yeah.
Maybe knight c1 is needed. Rook c1. But then CD4, white at least can take with the queen.
Yeah, and then
kind of have a real extra pawn after he takes on e4. Maybe it's still not much, like b4, knight e4, bc3, bc3, knight e4, queen e4, g6. Probably also like absolutely fine for black. Bishop f6, then opposite colors. Actually, even computer is known to be very materialistic, right? Even computer gives this equal. Gives this as equal, even though white is a pawn up.
It's because the opposite color.
Yeah, at the end of this line, yes, it's opposite colored bishops, but also the bishop is not very active, right? So this diagonal is blocked. This diagonal is blocked as well. Black will have like a strong bishop on the dark squares. So far, doesn't look very promising for Jules, but his young opponent has all the reasons to be happy. So what do we do? Let's check boards 1 and 2, maybe. Well, board 2, I don't know if there is any reason to check. I mean, they spent kind of ginormous amount of time, and since the last time we've seen, only one move was played in Chigaev's game. So d takes c5, and then he was thinking. He came up with queen c7, and after bishop b3, he's thinking again, Chigaev. So I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
I think the move is b6. But why does it take him such a long time to play? And he did play b6 right now, down to 29 minutes. Mm-hmm. Incredible. So b6. The point is, like, if white simply exchanges, it's always acceptable for black. He's a pawn down, but he's getting this square on c4. Sometimes, interestingly, like black's bishop is not bad, right? But sometimes black even plays e5, blocking his own bishop to restrict, let's say h3, I don't know, h3 is a stupid move, to restrict white's knight on e2. So knight is very stupid now. Cannot go to either of this, f4 or d4. If it goes to g3, it will be restricted with the other pawn. Yes, so somehow this knight is not very good if black plays e5. So usually after wait, it's the wrong game. After b6, white would be waiting for black to take somehow, like to go bishop e5, bishop d5, and if rook b8 to play this,
e5,
and if e5, just go back. Yeah, and then this bishop on d5 is actually strong. Like if you take here c4 and then knight c3, and this is a good piece on d5. So this will be kind of the fight around the d5 square. So I'm wondering how bad it is for black to try to sacrifice an exchange. Probably too much. But he does get some counterplay here. Now, well, computer disagree and says that you shouldn't be sacrificing exchange like this. Bishop b7 is also not great, but for a different reason. Rook b1 and then b6. So has to go rook b8. And then after bishop f4, not e5, but bishop e5 is the better move. Okay. To keep the option to go e6 maybe, and to get rid of this bishop on d5. So tricky. And Chigaev, yeah, like it's only move 13. He's down to half an hour, less than half an hour. If he continues like this, then doesn't matter the position. Like, you know, if you're on 1 minute with 20 moves to the time control, doesn't matter how good your position is, you will blunder something.
He was very lucky in the last.
Yeah, then, I mean, he's also a good player, right?
Of course.
That, like, to get lucky, you need to find good moves nonetheless. So it will be another challenging game for him. So let's see how it works. On board 1, Parkhov against Pichot.
Yeah.
We are getting some development. So, wait. Here, we've seen this, knight g5. Or rather, computer was recommending castle, in fact. And knight g5 was played also, like reasonable move. c5, castles. Computer was saying you could play e4 immediately. Anyway, castles, c takes, knight c6, bishop takes, queen takes, e4. Queen goes, e5, knight h7, and now the best move was actually played. The best move was not to exchange.
Because
to go knight h3, knight f4, yeah. And black played rook d8, defending the d5 pawn, but allowing knight f4. I think for now, knight f4, black is happy to have this queen f5 move, and then queen returns back. So rook a2 is what computer's recommending, or bishop e3, simply developing. So now, what changed after e4 and e5? White has got majority on the king side, right? And like ideally, if you get the pawn to f5, it's a very strong attack.
The knight is
bad. Both knights are bad, right? I mean, black's knight on h7 is strange, but also white's knight on h3. Like if, let's say, I would be able to go f4 and black does something and I go f5, this is winning. The problem with f4 is that black starts blocking. He goes knight e7, gets the knight on f5. And in the long run, black will try to get something like this. One knight on f5, the other knight on e6, attacking d4. And especially after f4, we can see that white's knight on h3 is really stupid.
Yeah, so and I think they played it.
He played knight f4. Yeah, knight f4 is asking for itself. Queen f5, I would guess, is the only move. And then, then you have options. You can play same rook a2 and somehow rook f2. You can play bishop e3. Maybe with the idea to go queen b1, by the way, because sometimes even the endgame is good for white. Let's say black goes rook e8 and some queen b1. Queen takes, rook takes, and then b7 and h5 both hanging. After queen b1, something else was needed for black. Queen b1 is a blunder, by the way. Knight takes d4. So defends the queen, and if you take, the knight is left unprotected. Yeah, the knight is left unprotected. So tricks everywhere. Tricks everywhere. So here, at least nobody is short on time. They are playing slowly. They are both on 40-something minutes, 45 for white, 42 for black. So if there will be a time trouble, it will be for both players.
You also need to have the strategy, but also calculate all the time.
Yeah, so that's exactly that's the problem, I think, especially for black in this position, because you really, even like some crazy moves like g4 and so on, you always have to watch out. The question is if you can. Okay, this is an interesting line computer is giving. To go knight g5, and it wants to put the knight on e6, of course, but knight g5 breaks the defense of this pawn, so white takes. Now knight e6, white would have knight g3 with the tempo first, and then will defend. But there is knight h3, pawn takes, and queen h5 with some.
And now the extra pawn is a double pawn.
Yeah, so that's a double pawn. Also, black might get the knight on f5, like a nice blockade position, but the line is not over. Like white goes rook g2. Now, in case of knight e7, bishop g5 is strong. And yeah, so stuff like this is calculated on every move by both players. Of course, it's not.
That's why they are spending so much time.
Yeah, it's not an easy position to play.
They want to watch the Grandmaster from Italy, Luca Moroni.
But we just looked at it, right? It's
yes.
Both 2 against Chigaev, and here, like, I'm happy to watch if they will start playing moves, right? So far, it's 13 moves only.
Yeah.
for Luca, and I think that's what I mentioned, that bishop d5 and bishop f4 is kind of his should be his next moves, and then we'll see. On board 3 is a funny position. Like, it's not much to analyze, but after these guys are like, after 2 hours of play, they didn't change a single pawn. It's incredible. Maybe they don't know how to exchange the pieces. Maybe they just learned how to move, and
they
somehow
think the rules are not to touch the pieces.
not to, or maybe they made a resolution that we like till move 30 no piece is exchanged. I don't know what to add to this. So now with some pressure on the c file, the usual move would be to put the queen on b8. Shevchenko is still thinking. So if you look at it, like, very similar placement of the pieces, like bishop on b2 versus bishop on b7, bishop on d3, bishop on d6, so pretty much battery here, rooks in the center, and so on. So the trick about this position is that if black can play e5 and somehow it works tactically, black is usually okay. If white can play e4 and it works tactically, white is better. So I'm asking myself, for instance, if after queen b8, e4 is a reasonable move. It is.
Yeah.
It is. And then computer says e5. And there will be this crazy tension in the center. And what I want to see is that after h3, h3 is bad. H3 is bad because takes, and bishop e5. And if the knight moves, there is d4 and so on. All of a sudden, white is in trouble. Anyway, so games like this, usually you would say, okay, it's quiet, nothing is going on, but the tension is building up. And then the moment someone is breaking in the center, either black with e5, and this is where the real fight kind of begins. Then next to them, Van Forest, Jordan Van Forest against Kan Erdogmuş from Turkey. The funny looking start of the game, if you remember, with black only moving pawns and the queen. So at some point he also started to develop the other pieces. And strangely, the experiment worked out, because now, according to the computer at the very least, it's black who is slightly more pleasant. And after g3, black can go back, black can go knight h3 as well. Now knight h3, king g2, and then now rook d8, rook e8 it says, rook e8 to defend this guy. What I don't understand about this position is like what plan do you have with white? What plan do you have with black? Like, it's so everything is blocked, let's say. So the d file is something to use, but again, neither side wants to put the rook on the d file. Like, if I go rook d1, I drop the pawn on a5. Strange. Another very tense position. That's pretty much it.
And he's just 13 years old.
The Turkish young Turkish player.
He born in 2011. That's 13, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
12 or 13. We don't know when his birthday is. Facing one of the top seeds in the tournament and doing reasonably well so far.
Because Jordan Van Forest is a really strong player. He played very huge tournaments.
He played Weikense, for instance, right? So it's already quite something. No move from Kan Erdogmuş yet, and he puts the knight on, I don't see, is it g6 or e6? He returned the knight from f4. The knight was hanging here.
I cannot see very well neither.
So wait for
e6. Wait.
It looked from the direction he moved the piece. It looked on e6, but computers. No, in case of knight e6, computers not happy, and he did play knight e6. Now apparently king g2 is somewhat unpleasant, so white gets to play h2, h3. very likely.
Yeah.
And say rook e8, white goes h3.
And the bishop has to
If bishop goes to h5, then knight h4 stops knight g6 and goes knight f5. But Jordan, I don't think he didn't play the move yet, right? Jordan didn't play the move yet.
Jordan is not playing that fast like before.
Yeah, well, this particular game, they are also like playing super slow. Jordan, when Forrest is down to 50 minutes, his opponent down to half an hour. So today somehow, maybe players finally got tired yesterday.
Yes.
Today is like a very slowish round.
And also today is an important round.
Yeah, of course, you kind of pay attention to what you're doing. But again, I would expect some...
I think he already
yeah,
played.
he did play king g2. So king g2 was the idea to play h3.
Oh, he won the third norm, the 12-year-old kid. So he will be a grandmaster soon, I think.
He did score his third norm, or he needs it here. That's the question.
Well, the chat is saying he already got it.
Oh, well, impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
h3 and so on. Right. Wait a second. So that's what? That was board 4. On board 6, we have some like really crazy position in Darda's game against Sokolovsky. So Darda, rook d1, rook c8, queen a4, and well, according to the computer, it's already better for black, interestingly. And black had to take with the pawn. I don't know if it was right. So rook takes, and then white gets to play knight e5. Ah, okay. Knight e5, bishop d1, knight c6. And you probably have to take the queen, and white has to take the queen.
Maybe.
Yeah, like keeping
Bishop
the bishop.
c6?
Yeah, you can do bishop c6, but then somehow this pawn is
c6
somewhat
is weak.
weaker, right? Yes, a bishop d2, rook c1.
I was saying like just to not have an isolated pawn, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's okay. But after knight d8, you can do this. Knight takes bishop a7, and then probably the next move you play is d4.
Oh, okay.
Say bishop d2, d4, and it's just equal. And white can't really stop d4 after this. So I think that is perfectly fine. Or even, you know what, we could go b5, knight c3, and then d4 to make it even more forcing. So Sokolovsky is doing fine, but so is his opponent. So very likely it would go. Yeah, I can see a lot of potential draws in these top boards, which makes anyone who wins to kind of get some, you know, sort of bonus points. And not only you win, but also like your opponent, none of your competitors is winning.
Yeah. The tournament is getting more exciting.
Yeah, of course. Like the closer to the finishing line you get, the more exciting every single game, and more important as well, every single game becomes. So we'll check Jules Moussad once again, because somewhat unexpected move was played by his opponent from Kazakhstan. After bishop c2, he did not take on c1, but instead went for c4. And queen e2. But okay, you can do this, knight c1, rook c1. Strange, I don't understand anything. Knight e4, queen e4, g6, and it says even this one is fine for black.
Yeah, just move the queen or the rook.
Queen f5, bishop g5, e1. Here, to me, it would seem like white. I mean, white is definitely a pawn up, right? It would seem that white has more chances to convert, but computer says no, same, equal. You can actually go queen f6 if you like, and then trade the rooks, trade the bishops. Trade the rooks, trade the queens. Yeah. So even though black didn't play kind of the most straightforward take on c1, take on d4, but still he's perfectly fine.
And then this one opposite colors.
Yeah. It seems like you cannot avoid getting the opposite colored bishops, because if you spend one more move after, say, rook e8, if you spend one more move trying to move the bishop from c1, the knight is in trouble after h6. Also, knight b2 is possible. So, again, very, very tense game. Fedoseev. Remember, we were looking at Fedoseev's game and didn't know how he's developing the bishop. So he found some way.
Oh.
And now, according to the computer, his position is much, much better, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
What did he do then?
So after d5, rook f8, computer variation, white played queen d4 and black went f6. Such an ugly looking move, but apparently it works. Goes here, and I would be tempted to do this to keep the pawn on e5, but then g3 is hanging. And also he has b6 now. This is tricky. Remember, we were trying b5. We were trying b5, yeah, but yes. b6 is much better, of course, because b6 you cannot play c6, bishop c5. Anyway, f6, pawn takes, bishop takes, queen c4, king h8, king h1, b6 again, c6, b5, queen b3, b4, rook b5. So he'll use this rook over the fifth rank, and the bishop from c8 now, since white doesn't have the pawn on e5, is not so terrible. You can sometimes play e5 and then develop the bishop to e6. So the game went rook e1, bishop d4, f4. Now bishop f2 is possible. And he just played it, right? I can see on
bishop f2.
Yeah, on the camera view, he played bishop f2, and
what?
Fun fact, white played rook e3.
But
he's sacrificing an exchange not to lose the g3 pawn. So now bishop e3, queen e3, and you know what? I'm exchange down, but your bishop is very passive on c8.
He's controlling the file.
Yeah, and if let's honestly, if white knight would be on e5, I would believe that white has more than enough compensation. So the problem is white is currently uncoordinated. And computer highlights it by going rook g8. And if you go king h2, I mean g3 is hanging, right? So if you go king h2, e5, even h5 could be the move, but e5 is even stronger. So this, and black is almost winning. Then develops the bishop and just has an extra exchange. So rook e3, a bit of a surprise, but possibly a pleasant one. I'm wondering, if he wanted to sacrifice, why didn't he play this move? Because black goes rook g8, doesn't take the rook first.
More pressure.
Yeah, puts more pressure, and you will have to go rook e3 anyway. And then it's e5. Even not taking the rook. Yeah, black is strangely, like after bishop e3, black is almost winning. Black is almost winning. So Fedoseev will be a little bit back in the business after losing yesterday.
Yeah. And the game of Maxime Lagarde.
He should be
because
somewhere. Yeah. So Maxime Lagarde is playing Paul Vilten. So two Frenchmen again, right? And Paul made the draw against Jules yesterday. And today, okay, that's perfect. Two French players and the French defense, finally.
It's so funny.
Yeah. A6, queen d2, b3. I mean, I don't know kind of much about the theory of this line. So what I see is it's kind of a huge pawn chains here. I would wonder if c4 is a possible move. And we are still shown Fedoseev capturing on e3. Yeah, but I believe Fedoseev has like a very good chance of winning now. So this is Lagarde with white against Paul Velten. Bishop d4, Queen c7, Knight c5. It's a usual thing for the French and also for the Sicilian when black goes d5 and white goes e5. So you have this bishop on b7, which is not very active for now, which very often if white moves the bishop, you would even sacrifice the pawn to open the b7 bishop. And also you can sometimes speculate on like exchanges here and there, like put the knight on e4. If white takes, you take with the pawn, kind of make the diagonal
queen
longer.
blocking the pawn is not that very good
it's
piece.
not that great. Yes, let's say white would take, you take back, bishop e2. So in this case, you can't take c2. No, I was thinking taking on c2 is bad because rook c1. But you just keep the position as is. And if white ever moves the queen, you have this idea of going e3 and opening the diagonal. That maybe you go queen c6 here, and then the white queen moves, and you go e3. So anyway, after knight, wait a second. After knight e4, white goes knight e2. So it allows black to keep the knight on e4, and black went king f7 relatively fast. King f7. Maybe planning for h6. I think it starts looking like some sort of neutral fortress, to be honest. It's very hard to open files. So the only file that can be open is the A file, right? Let's say white will play c3 later on to kind of solidify everything. You can open A file and you can open H file by going h6.
Space, right?
Yeah, maybe h6, let's say if white goes c3 and h6, h4 takes, rook h8, maybe black has some potential, I don't know. Maybe white has some potential, just goes here and goes rook h1. Yeah.
Try to create another stability that maybe can be, but how?
Yeah, like for white, it's probably you have to have the H file for yourself somehow, and also start playing on the other side of the board, like with A4. It's a weird position because you have all the pieces on the board pretty much, right? They've exchanged one pair of pawns, one pair of knights, and also you can only see that maybe everything will be blocked. And if white, by the way, like if black wants to be even super solid, he can do one funny thing. He can go h6, and after h4 now says, you know what, I changed my mind, I go h5, and then everything is blocked on this side.
Yeah, because black has more than 100 points.
Yeah, like so from tournament
Almost
situation,
200,
yeah,
yes.
from tournament situation, I agree that probably Paul Belton will not mind a draw. I don't know if he needs Grandmaster norms.
No, he's already
a Grandmaster, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because he has a very good tournament here. Okay, so we have this. We have Fedoseev, who just found rook g8, so probably winning. And then let me find something new. We keep looking at the same games. Maybe I'll find something exciting. There was one game right before the break. I've seen some like really funny game. This game has already finished, and it's a beautiful, beautiful final position. So it's Zhandos Agmanov against Jakub Chiji. Agmanov won with black, apparently with some queen sacrifice. Wait a second. I'm interested to see. So this is Sicilian, classical Sicilian. A4, bishop b5, bishop e6. Knight d5 wasn't considered to be a good move. A4, queen b8, bishop c6, pawn takes, bishop c7, and black sacrificed the queen like this.
For 2 pieces.
It's crazy. Bishop c7, cd5, bishop takes, a b3. So now the bishop is hanging. E d5, knight d5, c4. Otherwise, I'm sorry. Something like this, if you let black take the third minor piece, black is winning. Yeah, because too many targets, and 3 pieces control too many squares. I would actually say that it's much more often that 3 minor pieces, if they're well coordinated, they're stronger than the queen. So, and in other case is sort of an exception. So c4 at least allows white to save the piece. Knight f4, bishop d6, bishop d6, queen d6, bishop c4. So prevents white from castling short. King f2, and probably king f2 was the decisive mistake. Rook d8, queen c7 was a decisive mistake. According to the computer, the best he had was to take on d8 and take on b3, but then black is winning. Yeah. And after queen c7, rook d2 check, and you cannot go here because rook e2 check. I wanted to say knight d5 wins the queen, but this is a little bit better. Yeah, you cannot go here because check g5. Also checkmate. Right, and after he went king e1, rook c2. And the trick with rook c2 is that too many threats. Knight g2, let's say white takes here, and then it's knight g2 and knight e3 and rook e2 check. It's a beautiful game. Yeah. It's a beautiful, beautiful game. I'm not sure how much of it was analyzed, because it looks here, I'm sure this is a theoretical position, and I've played it myself, bishop e6, and I'm not sure if knight d5 was considered to be a move. a4. So you could take on e7, by the way, with a check, and still too many things hanging. The knight's hanging, the bishop's hanging. The knight might be getting trapped. So it looks like white has fallen a victim of very deep preparation, and also, of course, it's a beautiful game to watch. Yeah, 22 moves only. Now black wins with the queen sacrifice. So well played. So we have some draws here and there. But not so many results overall. It's 2.5 hours of play and not so many results overall. Checking more stuff. Maybe let's visit streamers. Let's visit the B tournament. Check how Alexandra E and Andrea are playing, and by the way, Zach has won his game already. Very fast, also 22 moves. It's a knight g4, bishop f3 we've seen, so I will quickly check Zach's game. Knight e5, bishop e2, knight g3. So he played like on computer level. When bishop f5, exchange d3, h6, bishop e3, and bishop e3 was a terrible blunder.
Oh, d4.
D4, and I'm sure the player with white, he has seen this fork, and he was playing for knight a4, but what was the other fork with the same pawn? So, it's a naughty pawn. I mean, it goes with one fork on the d file, and then it actually has the other fork here.
And that's why you calculate one move ahead.
One move, exactly, yes, because, I mean, he was not forced bishop e3, right? He could go bishop c1, probably black is better, or interestingly, he could go knight a4 if he had seen this moment. I mean, he could start with knight a4, but he thought bishop e3, if black goes knight d4, if bishop goes d4, yes, I have knight a4, and stopped calculating
it looks nice because
now if the bishop goes away, you take,
Yes.
Anyway, nice win for Zach. And let's check both the sisters. Alex has what? Well, actually, according to the computer, her position is somewhat worse. So what happened, again, for those who maybe missed the beginning, here she was a pawn up, but needs to complete the development and pretty much has to give back the pawn for, and that was fine. And here she had to go bishop f2. After what happened, well, actually, it is still fine. Rook c1, rook a8, b3, bishop takes d3, rook a7, and somehow Compi was recommending a4, which is not an easy move to play.
Yeah,
because queen b3, right? But then some dynamics like bishop b5, and then you want to kind of exchange the queens at the very least, and this is relatively equal. After rook c2, I don't see if the move, no, the move was not played yet. After rook no, he did play bishop f8. After rook c2, knight c5 would be strong. Reason being that knight b3 is a threat. Knight b3 is a threat.
So she missed that? No.
She missed that, but also her opponent missed that, and he went bishop f8, allowing her to play king h1, and only then went knight c5. So now, I'm not even sure what to do. So the thing is, you can move the rook away, so there will be no knight b3, right?
But then it takes the bishop.
Yeah, then the problem is that black takes the bishop.
And then rook takes a2, right?
That's what I'm thinking. I think I have my my analysis board got stuck. It looks like, so probably we'll have to reload it. It's impossible to control. I'm trying to make a move and it doesn't move.
Okay.
All right, and we are back. Apologies for the technical issues, but you see, the game is so tense that even computer couldn't.
The engine wasn't.
Couldn't handle the pressure. Right, so knight c5, and what was the line? We wanted to go here and check how bad is this. Maybe it's not as bad. We are a pawn down with white, but the pawns are doubled. Okay, let's try what the engine's gonna say now. The engine says we are in trouble.
The engine says
black is winning, yeah. Black already has quite a serious advantage simply because it's very hard to make a move. Like, it seems that white will lose something. So the other move it was suggesting was like queen d1. Now knight b3 would be a mistake because rook b2 using this pin, but after queen d6, once again the same threat of capturing the pawn. And maybe what's important that if you go b4, before takes and takes b4, I was thinking this is also unpleasant, knight a4, knight c3, and then this knight is kind of forever on c3. Alex played queen e2, so now again knight takes b3 doesn't work because of rook b1. Maybe her opponent falls for this.
Yeah.
Maybe her opponent falls for this, because if not, I don't even know. Like, it's so strange. Computer shows black is better, but the moves it suggests is something like h6 here, there. Okay, queen e6. This makes sense. And if, let's say, I take queen e6, then I'm in trouble, right? Takes, and the bishop is hanging, and b3.
In a strong center.
Yeah, like after bishop f1, also d3 is possible, knight b3 is possible. So queen e6 is a strong move for Alexandra's opponent. She's also down to 24 minutes with 16 more moves to go. So
knight takes to d3 is the...
Here we are not so unhappy, because at least the pawns are... we are not losing the pawn, so somehow... we will be very passive with rooks like this on a1 and b2, but at least it's holding for now.
And also, yeah.
It's holding for now, yes. Rook a3 is a tricky move because they want again to take on b3 and there will be some back rank issues. I wouldn't be so pessimistic. It's strange because now I'm looking at the position, I'm thinking it's impossible that white is much worse. Slightly worse, I understand, but should be able to make a draw. But then, doesn't matter what I try, always there is some problem, tactical problem, and it always works for black. Okay, so we still want black to take on b3 and then rook b1, and Alexandra will be 6 out of 6. Let's check Andrea next to her sister in this very grindy position from the dragon variation. And what she has done was knight a6, bishop d2, back to c5. Looks like simply losing time, to be honest. Played a lot of moves back and forth. Rook d2. This is tough to play with black. Like, white can play it very slow. Yeah. Knight to b5. I don't even know what you do with black. Like, you cannot really do this because pawn takes, and even knight b5, or according to computer, you don't even need to go win these pawns. They are just so bad that some move like h4 is good, h4, h5, and this is almost +2 for white. And if you don't have e6, you don't have any plan, right? Remember, we are talking that one plan is b5. Here, b5 is not happening because we already played a5. And the other plan is e6. And with white having this battery on the d file, also e6 is very hard. So black's problem is not like he's losing something immediately.
It doesn't have
Andrea just can move here, there, a lot of moves. But there is kind of nothing to do. Yeah, it's hard to improve the position. So Usually what you have to do here is just to sit and wait and look for kind of your chance to maybe play e6. And it's interesting how, look, we'll do now one funny thing. So we go back, let's say white goes knight b5, and we play e5, and we pretend that white forgets about en passant. I mean, just to illustrate how big of a change is one little change to a pawn structure. So that the pawn from e7 went to e5. It's, I'm sure, like, computer gives still slightly better position for white. I'm sure in practice, black is more than fine, because all of a sudden these pawns look fantastic. Queen side is very stable, so white is not attacking on the queen side, and you can go knight f6, you can go e4, and so on and so on.
e4 to bring the knight on e3.
E4, knight e5, like the e4, knight e5, knight e3. So one slight change to the pawn structure, and all of a sudden black is okay. But how to achieve this? How to play e5 and so that white cannot take? And that's the problem.
Yeah. Just to mention, these are the last 4 games, 4 rounds, but 4 games for the Bote sisters of their tour.
So that will be the last European event they're playing. They're returning back to the studio. Okay. Right, with this out of the way, let's go back to the top boards. And again, I will check board 1 of the A tournament, Parkhov against Pichot. And somehow, after queen f5, white did play rook a2, after rook e8 played rook b2, and played rook b5. Interestingly, wait a second. Computer says gives white big advantage because of knight e2. I don't know what is this. Somehow this knight e2 was always a move and it was never considered good. Now, for whatever reason, it was good. It was not played. Knight e2 probably threatening this.
It was not played.
No. He played rook b5, and now Pichot once again has this trick, knight to g5. Knight to g5, and the idea is if rook takes, you go knight e6. If white takes on d3, of course, why I say d3, on e6, of course, rook d5, and knight c7 doesn't work because rook d4, so this would be winning for black. If after knight e6 you take this guy, it's just rook takes, knight e6, queen e6, and you win back the pawn, this pawn or that pawn as well, because after bishop e3 there is a pin here. You can take knight takes e5. Right, so if he finds knight g5, he's actually in a very good shape. And also knight h5, remember, knight h5, knight h3, we looked at it. But then, back then it was unclear because white was bringing the rook to g2. Now the rook is on b5. And it's not doing all that much. And maybe even black will be the one who brings the rook. So it's important. It's important to go knight g5 here. It seems. Wait, so one more time. This. Some g4 move computers recommending. Some craziness. g4. Can take. Go queen e4. After rook e8 can go queen b1. Even this funny move.
And he did, yes.
And it's around equal. And he does play knight g5, bravo.
Yeah.
So that keeps him not only in the game but kind of with full chances. So he's not even worse after knight g5. Pichot is somewhat shorter on time, 16.5 minutes. His opponent still has half an hour.
And they are in move 21.
Yes, right? It's a very early in the game still. Time trouble is very, very possible. Right, on the board 2, Luca Moroni and Maxim Chigayev. Finally, these guys started to move. It was so long. I mean, okay, they played the Grunfeld and both knew something. So move 11, we've seen after 10 minutes of the start of the round. And then after 2 hours, we've seen this. So it took them 2 hours to play 2 moves. Then finally, some sequence of moves followed. Bishop b7 was played by Chigaev, and that was one of the options, but computer was thinking that it's better for white, so we will see. Rook b1, bishop d5, exchange on b6, bishop b6, ed, knight c4, bishop d4, queen d5. Now computer gives equal, and white, I think it's, again, one of those things where white has to be careful, because if e5, if black will play e5, again, this knight will be terrible.
And to exchange the bishops there.
Yeah, and that's what white has to do, yes, to exchange the bishops. Queen d1, rook f d1, king g7. White's a pawn up, but he is very likely to lose this pawn. Like, you can go knight c1, but then it's a kind of full compensation. Just rook c8, and with pieces like this, with the pawns on c3 and a2.
Yeah, in this situation, I would like to have a pawn on g3 or h3 to try to play quickly, maybe rook b7.
Yeah, I mean, you can go rook b7, yeah, you just cannot like move both rooks, but it's still probably fine.
Yeah, no, before to go to c1.
Not to go knight c1.
Yeah.
Like here. Yeah, probably we can do this. It's actually a very good move, because now if I play rook c8, you'll take, right? If I go e6, knight d4. See, and you're threatening something. If I go e5 to restrict the knight, then strangely white starts moving it somewhere here. It's kind of probably a draw, but it's black who has to be careful somehow. h4, if h5 again starts this knight e4, knight g5, attacking f7. So maybe, can black do something else? No, he has to exchange, and he has to take the bishop. And yeah, and rook b7. Maybe this is a good thing to do. Takes, and some funny move, knight b2.
Yeah.
Because you cannot pin.
No.
That's exactly what you said, like the back rank. Yeah. So knight b2. The rook has to remain on the first rank. If rook b1, it's knight a4, attacking this guy.
Yeah.
And then you finally play g3, kind of not to get checkmated. And yes, we have this tactic: rook takes, knight
And
takes,
that's a draw.
and this is like dead draw. Yes, exchange on e2, 3 pawns each.
The only one
good.
who would play this is Magnus, maybe.
But yeah, no, even Magnus would not play this. No, this is like in 1 minute
It's a
blitz.
torture.
In a 1 minute blitz, yes, but not in this tournament, I'm afraid. Some update on board 1, because Parkhov captured on d5, the line that we were looking at. And now Pichot has to decide. So knight e6 is the line computer recommends. I'm wondering if there is something like rook d5. No, rook d5 would be a mistake. Rook d5, knight d5, rook d8. That's what I thought was possible, and then win the pawn back. But in this case, knight e3. He does play knight e6 immediately. Bravo, again. So somehow I feel like Alan is... in terms of quality of play, he so far looks one of the best in the tournament, because Parkhov, even though he's leading, he got extremely lucky against Fedoseev. And Alan Pichot was kind of controlling all the games. He won 2 like incredibly deep endgames.
Yeah.
So overall, seems to be like the quality of his play seems to be very, very good. Okay, so let's move on. Board 3. Sivuk with Shevchenko. Finally, there is something to discuss. This game, for a very long time, looked like this.
Yeah, a lot of tension.
Yeah, a lot of tension, a lot of pieces on the board, so it was really, really hard to tell like what's going on. Finally, after queen b8, white took on d5. black decided to take with the e-pawn because, like, if you take like that, I'm guessing knight b5 could be a bit annoying, even though computer says no, nothing. Maybe Shevchenko wants to play for a win, and that's why he doesn't like symmetrical structure. h3, c5, queen e2, knight e4. Okay, we are getting this position, so now black can win an exchange, but also white has the same fork. So that's why maybe
moving the rook first.
Yeah, like rook c8 here. It's a tricky line because knight on d3. Let's say if we don't pay attention to other pieces, like knight on d3, of course, is much more active than the knight on d4. However, bishop is here, knight can go to f5 and queen to g4. So I would be careful with black about the king safety. So for instance, now white can go knight f5, bishop e5, some rook e to d1. And yeah, it's tricky. Like the knight on f5 is not pleasant to face. So I wonder if Shevchenko can do something to stop knight f5, because the knight c6 is also a threat. Yeah. How bad is actually to play knight d3? Knight c6, queen b7, for instance. Knight d8, okay, rook d8. Almost equal. C to d1, knight takes, rook takes. In this case, white is slightly better simply because this d3 square, which black normally uses, there is no no meaningful piece to put on d3. Like maybe one day you get the rook on d3, but it's not doing much there. So this could be the way to go for black if he doesn't find anything else. Just go knight d3 and simplify. All right, on board 4, Jordan van Forest back to having an advantage because his young opponent went for some tactical sequence. So after g3,
oh my God.
Wait,
what
board 2, I think they just agreed a draw.
Yes.
They just agreed a draw on board 2. Yes, Chigayev, bishop takes g7, played by Luca Moroni, was along with the draw offer. Yes, board 2 makes a draw, and if you remember the setup that Parkhov is winning and then 3 players follow him by half a point, if by some chance Parkhov is winning again, that means he's like one point ahead. So Pichot plays for himself and also for all the other tournament. Because if he loses, it's like, first place is gone. Okay, so I go back to board 4. Jordan van Forest, here we've seen it for the last time, g3, knight e6, and Jordan uses this, was it yesterday when he won having 1 hour on the clock and his opponent was it was yesterday. Because now I pay attention that he does have 1 hour, he has 35 minutes, but his opponent again in the time trouble. So Jordan somehow plays fast when it's needed and puts some pressure on his opponent. So after king g2, black went for a tricky move. Queen to d7. The idea being, of course, if you go h3, it's bishop h3, king h3, and knight f4, double check.
Mate.
Yes, check on h3, checkmate on g2. But,
nice trick.
Yeah, nice trick, but it turned out that after knight g1, all the pieces have to go back because h3 now is threatening. Wait, and he went further on. f3, bishop h3. No, this is not a great idea. King h1, because the knights are nice looking, but the king is safe and the light square bishop is very strong. So it was a bit over optimistic. Here, bishop d3, rook e8, knight c4. c5 and queen f2. It's a positional disaster, to be honest, like to have all these light squares so weak.
And the knight is very nice on c4.
Yeah, the knight is fantastic on c4, right? Queen.
In any moment he can take on d6 maybe, or e5.
So that's why, by the way, black went queen c8, because knight d6 and queen c5 was already threatening. So now queen g2 is what computer recommends. I was thinking even h4 is not bad to kind of kick this knight away. So point being, if the knight goes to e6, it's knight d6, rook d6, and bishop e5. So white also wins the pawn. So serious advantage for one forest. He still, of course, has to play correct.
How much advantage is this?
+2. The computer gives +2, so almost like 2 pawns, but for very specific reason that he goes queen g2 and wants to play f4, I'm guessing. So it's not an obvious plan. The obvious plan, as I'm saying, would be something like that, and then let's say he doesn't want to give the pawn, so he goes to h7, and you go king g2, and you start bringing the rooks to d1, so it's a little bit more boring, a little bit more positional, but by the way, it drops half of the advantage, only 1 pawn left, which is still enough. Yeah, so young Turkish star is under some pressure, but still, yeah, the game goes on. The only worry is the time for now, so he
7 minutes.
7 minutes and 14 more moves before the time control. Right, then we have, this game, Darda against Sokolovsky on board
They drew.
6. Yes, they drew, and they drew precisely in the line that we somehow discussed. Remember, bishop a4, blah, 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 and bishop a7, white played bishop d2 and offered a draw. Didn't get any advantage whatsoever. Didn't get the advantage whatsoever here. Then, what else? We are getting closer to, again, to Musad's game. Musad Zalmakhanov. Ooh, that is a surprise. I mean, sorry, yeah, the position is fine. Surprise is that computer gives slight plus to black. So is it good or bad? I don't know, but white is a pawn up. However, after rook 7 to a4 and queen e8, computer has it as slight plus for black. And also the next move it's playing, it's crazy. It's bishop d1.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I mean, to me it doesn't make sense at all. So what I would be looking to play is something like g3 to cover some dark squares, right? So to have the king on e2. And then after rook e2, rook e2 is the threat. Okay, then now it makes sense. So rook e2 is what black wants. Can we do something against rook e2? Is this the move?
King f1.
This loses to b3, as it turns out.
Oh.
And now this bishop has to go to the first rank, and
Checkmate.
then it's a checkmate. Yes, king f1 is not possible. So this is an explanation why computer wants bishop d1, to stop rook e2, but it allows this check, for example, or yeah, something like h5. So I don't know. These positions are very hard to play. And you look at the computer gives some numbers, and in reality, when you're sitting at the board, you have no idea what the evaluation is. You just play it, right? Bishop d1. Okay, so what computer's doing is h5, g3, h4. Let's say I play g4. Let me be, and then nothing happens. Takes, rook b2, rook a2, some exchanges. Yeah, I mean, finally, white probably defends. White should not lose, but under no circumstances, black is in trouble, and this is impressive. Yeah, so there is that. Then next board, they've made a draw.
Did they? Yes.
Gurel and Eisenberg, right?
Yeah.
And then we are getting closer to these guys with 4 points, like Lagarde, Fedoseev, and so on. So again, we can check 2 Frenchmen playing each other, Lagarde and Velten. Ooh, Now we will get a complete blockade. Rook
Oh.
a4, bishop c6, and I was thinking white would like to open the file, but no, he actually went a5. Rook h8, h4, h6, king g2, bishop d7, rook
And
f3.
h5.
Yeah, black can always play h5, and yeah, he's not worse. I'm thinking he probably wants to try to play with black somehow, even though I don't understand how you play for a win with black here. Say takes, and you go try to double the rooks, right? Rook h3, rook h8. Computer actually has it as slightly better for white. Because more space, yes, but there is no way to break through. Sorry, king h1 and queen c8, queen h8. Yes, probably equal.
Maybe before to open, to try to prepare with queen a8 or
yeah, not to take on g5 immediately. Yeah, they make sense. So to go queen a8, but then maybe white also does the same. Say goes rook h1, and yeah, we could actually see something like this happening. So they're both doubling on the closed file, and then eventually black says, you know what, I will not take, I will play h5. Close everything. Anyway, this is kind of a long maneuvering game. Very next to them, Fedoseev and Eray Kilic.
Yeah,
the game where Fedoseev was winning. You know what happened? He missed his advantage according to the machine. It's incredible. So here, black was completely winning. Knight c5, and then he didn't take on g3. I don't know what happens.
Because
he didn't take on g3.
Yeah.
He was completely winning. I mean, this is unbelievable. Just take on g3, takes here, here, here. I don't know. No, this is ridiculous. So he went e5, which gives away most of the advantage. Now white goes rook d2, rook a5, bishop d5.
Cannot still trying to take on g3.
Instead of rook a5?
Yes, rook a5.
Queen g3. No, but now it's queen e5. So he put the pawn on e5 himself. Yeah, this is like really weird move. Bishop d5, rook e8. I feel like he's doing something really strange. And now computer says it's actually equal, and suggests just there is no like some tactical solution. Just a move like king h2, for instance, defend g3, or what did his opponent play? Knight b7. Okay, knight b7. Knight b7. It's actually quite annoying. Can I play here? I can, but then bishop c4. If I go here, knight d8. Knight d8, and knight is getting... so you have to be careful like this. Because what happens now, computer suggests to take on d5. To return the exchange and to go e4. And I'm not even sure if it's equal, because the bishop is still very passive, you can say. Okay, this guy is hanging. Such a crazy game. I was almost sure Fedoseev was winning after he took on e3 and rook g8. What could be the reason he didn't like takes on g3? Also, the knight is hanging. Yeah, it's impossible to explain, to be honest.
Maybe some rook d7.
Rook d.
No.
No, wait. Why not? Rook d7. No, but I will take the knight. Yes. Sorry, not rook d2. Because that's a funny idea. In fact, I thought if this happens, this d8 is threatening, and let's say you go rook b8, white goes bishop c6. The king cannot join the rooks. you know what, he'll play this and then bring the king. Yeah. Anyway, so taking on g3 was winning. Now I'm not even sure if it's equal. And specifically knowing how kind of aggressive Fedoseev is when he wants to win. That's what we've seen yesterday, that he lost control and lost the game eventually. So now once again he would be thinking, no, I have to win, I have to win. He will reject the drawish lines, and this is the way to get in trouble, rejecting the drawish lines.
Yeah, there is any other option apart of rook d5?
You can go rook b5 and in this moment take on b7.
That looks
Check.
better.
Yeah, this looks better to me as well, but computer gives equal to both of them, interestingly.
Yeah.
Because now there is some strange thing. If you go e4, it says white is better being a pawn down. Incredible. Bishop e2 and then g4 idea. And if you don't go e4, like one of the lines is queen f6, takes here, something like that, and don't know, gives equal. It's hard to play for both sides. Like queen e4 is almost a checkmate, but again, both kings are in trouble. Very, very unexpected turn, to be honest. So now they're on move 33, so at least they are not in a deep time trouble.
7 moves.
Yeah, 7 moves and 20
time
minutes.
control.
Yeah,
Yes.
20 minutes for both of them. So there is this thing next to this game, to Fedoseev Kilic. Sugirov is playing against Guy Levin from Israel, and here again, like 17 moves, opening position, and both are in a time trouble. I don't know what happens today to our players. I mean, they're playing very, very slow. Here, I don't even know what.
Maybe they are out of preparation.
These guys for sure are out of preparation, because it looks like a standard opening line, but it wasn't. It was something else. And I don't know, like both spent so much time. And wait a second, this also looks very interesting. Can we check what game is this? Board 12.
Board 12.
It's Lorenzo Lodici
Yeah.
with white against Remy de Greve. White is down in exchange for how many? For 2 pawns and a very nice looking bishop. Sounds like bishop c3 and so on. However,
there is not open files, right?
no open files for now. Yeah, well, maybe the d file can be used later. Computer says go b4. I would be looking at bishop c3 to go b4 later.
Yeah.
But maybe bc5. Don't know. Again, one of those games that, like, now everything will happen. So it's the 15 minutes each, the time trouble.
Yeah.
So everything will be clarified after the time control. He actually played the computer move before. Now I kind of understand why is that. So the bishop on a5 looks like it's offside a little bit, but it blocks the a file and also the d file, right? It controls d8.
If c5, a3.
If c5, yes, very likely just a3. If you take, you kind of help white, I'm guessing. Yes, and then the c pawn. He will start moving the c pawn.
Or the d pawn too.
Yeah, d pawn, c pawn, everything will go forward. Yeah.
Yeah, we have just how many results in the first board?
In first boards, okay.
4 results.
We have quite a few. So we have this draw from Griel and Eisenberg, draw for Darda, and Sokolovsky. Then Luka, Moroni, and Chigaev a draw, and something else.
Yes.
Lagarde with Welton agreed a draw. I missed this one. Yes, this board full of pieces in the French defense. Because Black eventually played h5.
Yes, and everything
Black
is
eventually
close,
played h5, and yeah, that's a unique position. Like, you have exchanged like one pawn and one knight only, and at the same time, like, when people agree a draw too early, sometimes like spectators say, they don't want to play, and there is like a bit of a blame. Here you cannot really blame them because there is absolutely no way to open the position.
Yes, and also they spent quite time. How many hours after?
Yeah, so a draw was agreed. Yeah, a draw was agreed not so long ago. So they played for 3 hours.
If the draw is agreed, it's maximum 1 hour playing. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, Fedoseev just played Rook B5. So I'm back to the game of Kilic and Fedoseev. Fedoseev just played Rook to B5.
Okay.
I'm looking for the similar how not Fedoseev, the other guy, similar how Maxim Chigaev won with Black this lost position. Now I'm starting to look for White to kind of find a way to keep the game going, because the trend has changed, right? Black was winning. Now the position is equal, but it's clear that White has, the initiative. So bishop c4, according to the computer, is equal after rook b7. And I'm thinking, can White somehow continue playing the game?
Other movement.
Yeah, like king h2 for us. How bad is king h2? Also equal. It's not like Black has something incredible. So this is already better for White. It's crazy. I mean, it's such a tricky position to play, and it remains a mystery. Why didn't he take on g3 here in this moment with pawn on e6? It remains an absolute mystery.
He just has 12 minutes to.
Okay, he says this, computer says this, and then. Okay, for instance, 95. You can even escape with the king. No. I think he was winning. It's just that he has done something really strange. White has 12 minutes to look for the better move. Any updates on the top boards now?
No.
Pichot, Parkhov and Pichot, there have been some simplifications. So we go back to board 1 just for me to show the update here. Knight g5 was important move. Knight g5 was important move, which Pichot managed to find. Rook d5, knight e6, exchanged here. Bishop e3, and knight d4, again the strongest. Knight d4, bishop d4, queen f4. So now he wins back the piece, right? And I would guess g3
Queen
to force exchange of the queens. The feeling is like black is still like much more active, and if you say play queen e2 and keep the queens on the board, it's Black who is better. So that's why I think White has to try to make a draw already. Exchange the queens, go rook c1 or something like that.
Yeah. Well played for Pichot, he found.
Yeah, he found the best move, and I'm thinking he might actually continue playing this one, like g5 maybe, and if he gets the chance to go all the way to 5, maybe there is some slight winning chance for Black. we'll check board 3. Reminder, board 2 has finished in a draw. Moroni and Chigaev agreed a draw.
Yes.
Early in terms of number of moves, but it was a well-fought game. It's just that, decided not to risk both of them.
I'm sorry, how much time has Barkov and Pichot? I don't...
It was, okay, Pichot has 6 minutes. But yeah, if the queens are exchanged, it's no problem at all, right? It's move 26. So after g3, this sequence of moves, it's already move 28. King f7. Rook endgame, you don't need much time to play the rook endgame. I mean, this kind of rook endgame at least. So you just put the pieces active and so on. So he will not lose because of not enough time. I think.
There is no complicated.
No, such a complicated position. Yeah. Where it is complicated is here on board 3. It's move number 25, so closer to the top board, but just look at this position. I mean, who knows what's going on? Somehow Shevchenko managed to trick his opponent. So knight f5 check and bishop e5. I don't know why you needed this check.
Yes.
Bishop a3, knight d3, and now computer is giving away the exchange, which I don't understand why. So if rook takes, it's queen takes, and now the knight and the rook is hanging. And after queen g4,
knight takes.
Yeah, like knight takes, at least there is a check.
And there also there is a
there is
check.
knight e7.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes.
So I wasn't sure. Knight e7 is a big threat. But black is winning, and this is very easy to miss, because you would think, okay, queen g4, and now I'm threatening knight e7, and so black is winning according to the computer with queen c2, and there is all of a sudden no comfortable way of defending f2. And if you go back to e2, knight e1 protects the queen.
Oh.
Knight e1 protects the queen. Crazy.
And win this.
So queen g4 immediately played instead. Now black can take on c1, and white in this case takes on h6. After king h7 takes on f7, and it's a crazy position.
Again, yeah.
Yeah, because black's king becomes weak, right? But he's currently a rook up. He can try knight d3. No, knight d3. Never mind. Knight d3, queen e4. White's better. Yes. White's better. So what is the move after that? Knight f7 has to play some queen b7. It's computer variations. It's very hard to play.
Queen b7 and then queen f5.
Yeah, queen f5 or queen f5. Yeah, let's see. Queen f5. No, wait a second. G6. Queen h5 is probably better. Here. And it still plays g6, you see?
Yeah.
Still plays g6.
If he takes the bishop?
The knight? Or...
Yes, knight takes e5.
Well, yeah. I've somehow completely forgotten. Yes, that's a cool move by them. But again, computer shows why we given up playing against the computer. Queen e5, pinning, controlling f7. Yeah, it's incredible. So Pichot's game went to this rook endgame, and very likely will be a draw. I will not switch to this game, just to mention that, yeah, we had just seen it. You see the queens are off the board.
And you are right. I think he will play for...
He will try to play, yeah. Black has no risk, and like a bit more active rook. If he can get the king in the game as well, it's very similar to this endgames, couple of endgames that he won. Like no risk and a slight
chances.
Slight chances, yeah. But this game, if he decides to play, it will go for long, and therefore we will see more of it. More curious to check the ones that are like crazy sharp now. On board 4, for instance, One Forest and Erdogmush. So One Forest was, at some point I've declared him to be almost winning, and he actually found this queen g2. Clever move. bishop c7, f4 here, just takes the pawn, goes e5, goes knight d6, and goes queen e4. He played, now wait a second, what was happening? After knight e3, he first took the rook, went queen e4, his opponent captured on f1. So this looks like an attractive check, yeah? Check and take on g7, but then queen c6 here and knight e3, black is winning. So better not to do this. But interestingly, check on h7 is cool to have the queen already on h7 and only then take on f1, and this is winning for white.
Okay.
This is winning for white, because if you take on f1 first, you are better, but at least like he can defend by going g6 or something, or even f5. Funny, like f5 you cannot take en passant, and after a check you lose this right, taking en passant. But yeah, Van Forest, of course, will find it. He has already played check on h7.
And also, Dogmas, it's just 2 minutes, so...
What? Rook f1? Is it a glitch or... No. I was surprised because, yes, he gave this check, king went, and then it was showing rook e1.
Oh, no.
And I thought... It's impossible that it's not online, right? So it's impossible to be a mouse sleep.
Mouse sleep.
Impossible to be a mouse sleep. So it must be a genius move. But then, it turned out that it's just a glitch of a digital board. And rook f1 is played. Okay, Van Forest is winning, which means he wins what? 5th game in a row.
Yes,
after a loss in the first round.
In the first round, yeah.
Yes, so he lost in round 1, and that would be his 5th consecutive win.
He's back.
He's back, yeah. Better than ever.
Maybe we check the streamers if you...
Yeah, let's do. Let's check the streamers if there is not a lot of a time trouble there. Maybe even could take...
yes, you are right. We can stay there too.
Yeah. So, Alexandra Botes against Joël Paul, right? Let's go to streamers boards. Alexandra Botes, reminder, leads in the B tournament. Yeah. She's leading in the B tournament. Today, however, her position isn't that great. Well, actually, it did change quite a bit. I don't know what's going on. Now it says white is better after f4, and now it says white is much better.
Yeah, to take on h3, h5 is not a very good idea because...
Yeah, now the king is weak.
Yeah.
Queen takes d5, and now Alexandra is winning. Knight b3, rook b2. She missed a huge chance. It's so funny. She missed a huge chance. So apparently the winning move was counterintuitive, rook to d1. And then she's threatening to take. Rook a2 would be rook a2. And if rook a2, rook e1 now.
No, there is not.
Rook e1 now, threatening rook e8, and there is no rook, there is no rook a8, so the queen covers this square, so it's impossible to protect. But it's some sort of computer geometry. It wasn't easy to find. She went with rook b2, probably was thinking she's winning a knight, and black has found queen a5. So now the game kind of goes further on.
And this is equal.
Yeah. Well, actually, if the knight takes, as I was originally thinking, white is still better after rook c1, and this knight is out of play. So queen a5, rook a5, and then this guy is hanging, and the rook is hanging. So we'll have to take over here. Black takes here. We go rook d1 or rook d3. This probably is a draw, but still some game to play. And who is in big trouble is Andrea. I think she's losing. So let me check once again. For Alexandra, it's move 35 to play after Queen a5. So she will of course manage to go through the time trouble. For Andrea, things are looking really bad. How did White win kind of so fast? H4. This is the plan. Okay, she was pretty much standing waiting. H4, H5. Bishop h3, and she couldn't find anything better than to play f5. After which White went to sacrifice the piece, and then Queen h5 is happening. Queen h5, bishop takes, pawn takes, f4, king f8. Somehow White didn't win completely, or did he? Check here, and there is no defense against Queen of 7. Yeah. So this is almost the end.
Yes.
After King f8, it's almost the end. Yeah. F takes e5 just wins.
Yeah. He looks a little bit sad there.
But yeah, but you see, this is the problem of such positions, that it's so annoying to kind of defend it, and it's almost impossible to defend it. And f5, yeah, like knight f5 is of course a cool piece sacrifice, but also White could just like put the knight on e6 and win positionally. It's so bad. Alright, so if Andrea loses this one, she's no longer, I think, in fight for the first place. No. But for Alexandra, it's still everything's open. Yeah, F takes e5, and there is not much to do.
Yeah, probably she will resign soon.
It's impossible to avoid the checkmate, you know. It's a checkmate in 4. Alright, so streamers today. Zach has won. Yes, Andrea just resigned, and it's all or nothing for Alexandra Bolet. After Queen a... she did take the Queen on a5, exchange the queens.
Exchanging the queens.
Yeah, so now the big chance is that if the opponent takes on a5 with the knight, and it's important to play rook c1, so that the knight is upside. The knight will be cut off.
Yeah, and he's taking his time to decide. Which piece is better. And probably he will take with the knight. Yeah.
Wait, why cannot White go bishop e4? Because the rook is hanging. Yeah. I keep forgetting that not only the bishop, but the rook is also attacked. Yeah, rook takes a5. It needs to be played for black to kind of not to be worse and even be slightly better. All right, so here, shall we say position simplified, and there won't be like a crazy time trouble?
No, there will not.
I think
and they are close to...
Yeah, they're close, like move 35, and you know, next few moves, like they are very likely to be exchanges, so I don't think it's a big time trouble.
No.
So we can leave this one.
Let's go one in big time trouble.
Yeah. So board 1, there is no big time trouble.
No.
And also the position clarified, and computer says it's equal, as always, as it always does. Shevchenko made a mistake, and this is where the time trouble is. It's on board 3, Sivuk versus Shevchenko, and it's a very sharp, entertaining position, and also in the time trouble. So after Queen g4 and knight takes c1, as we were saying, black is a rook up, but his king is weak. So knight f7, bishop f6, which is very, very understandable. Now I think computer gives equal, but it's very easy to lose with black because your king is so weak. Queen f5 is a strong move. Now we cannot play g6, we have to go here. And computer says knight d6. And the draw it sees is this, and then check, check, check.
Why
check,
we cannot
check.
play g6?
After the check,
because the
bishop is
bishop,
hanging.
yes.
The bishop was in the previous line. The bishop was on e5, yeah, and we
Yeah.
were blocking with g6. Now, no such luck. Maybe, you know what? Maybe there is nothing too dangerous. Maybe it's just white has to go for perpetual, and otherwise black will consolidate and win with extra material. Jordan Van Forest has won his game. It's officially over. So five straight wins. Volodar Murzin on the next board made the draw. You can see quite a few boards empty, right? So Volodar Murzin made the draw. Daniel Darda made the draw against Sokolovsky. So the next board, which is in play, and we can see on the next row of tables, is Jules Moussard against Ramazan Jalmakhanov. And what's happening here is it's probably also a draw. Interesting. So at some point it's gotten very sharp. And wait, and black was better. Wait a second. So I think black missed something. After this move, it was a check, king h2, rook e8 correct, rook a7, f5, black was winning, rook c7, and then black just had to go queen d2, and it was completely winning.
D2.
Oh, so not e2, queen d2, yes, and he was completely winning, and the reason for this is, it's so funny how these pawns stop white queen from attacking. So now rook e1, and normally you would give some checks, yeah, but this is some sort of a border, and I don't understand. And if bishop takes, then rook, come on, this is impossible. Rook f1, and then bishop f4, g3, rook f2. No, this is impossible to calculate. But what's interesting, after rook c7, he went for kind of a winning combination, rook e3, pawn takes, bishop takes, and now he's threatening, like say if this is taken, he's threatening a checkmate like this, check here to control g3, and then eventually queen g1. However, computer says that it is a draw after h4. So to create a square,
a window.
Yeah, to create a window, and that's the only way black can. The only thing black can do. Yeah, queen e1, queen g1, queen h1, queen g1. Yeah, he cannot win. If you do this, the king is actually running away.
Yeah, and getting.
Wait a second.
Checkmate.
And,
what happened?
He didn't play it. He played rook e7, which I think is... no, rook e7 is still good enough for a draw. The trick with rook e7 is that you have this check, but now your queen is attacked. So you only have this, and you need bishop f2. So you only have bishop f2. This is how perpetual happens. Actually, this is also perpetual. Check here and check back from e1.
And this will happen because he cannot be with a rook down.
Yeah, so black would like to play. I think he thought maybe that he was winning with rook e3, but it turns out he kind of blundered two possible draws, and one of them was found by Jules Moussard, who, by the way, was very low on time. So nice resource at the very end to save the game. And that means we are getting less and less games on the top boards.
Okay, that's a draw.
Yeah, so Pichot is playing on board 1, then Shevchenko is playing on board 3, but very likely to make a draw as well. A lot of draws.
Yeah, they already drew there too.
They're smiling, discussing. Yeah, so I'll quickly show the final position. So they've gotten to this setup that we are looking at. Queen f7 and back to h5, back to f7. Yeah. No, okay, queen e7 was just a misclick.
Everyone drew.
So board 1 is in progress.
Yes.
Board 4, one forest wins.
Yeah.
All the rest draws.
Yeah, the only win is...
All the rest draws, and the next game which is in progress is Fedoseev, right?
Yeah.
But these guys, Fedoseev, they already have less points. It's incredible. So everyone on 4 points. We had like 17 players something, and all of them made draws. Incredible.
They won the big prizes.
Yes,
10,000 euros,
no one wants,
6,000 euros, and the third place is 4,000 euros.
Yes, and no one wants to lose. Yeah, no one wants to lose. Right, so now we can wait for Zhalmakhanov to deliver this perpetual check. I mean, he'll spend some time calculating, but there is not more than...
Yeah, they are doing it now.
Yeah, so Queen G1.
We will see shaking hands
King
very
G3.
soon, and there is it. Yes.
They've agreed a draw. They've agreed a draw. Right, so... Interestingly, most of the games are finished that we are watching, right? That we are usually watching. So the games of the leaders, most of them have finished. The only board that is still in progress in top 10 is board 1.
Board 1.
Board 1? No, and Fedoseev is board 10.
Yeah.
Board 1 and board 10. All the rest draws, except for one forest who has won. And Fedoseev's position is back to being equal. So these guys can play.
Actually, this round is being much faster than the one yesterday in the morning.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So for the top boards, a lot of results, even before the time control, right? You know what? I think... no, I shouldn't think.
Is this happening?
Yeah. I'm back to board 1 because I've seen this position. I thought something bad has happened to Pichot. So what's going on here? F5, EF5, Rook C6, and it looks almost like scary because after the king move, white gets connected passed pawns. But then black has Rook F4. When I've seen it, this diagram for the first time, and I kept calculating, so the A3 pawn is hanging, but if you take A3 pawn, you actually lose, because of course these pawns are much faster, but luckily for black has Rook F4, king goes wherever it goes, takes, king E4, and probably Rook F1 or something.
Even check on F4.
Yeah, I don't like the check on F4. It's fine, of course, but like you help him. He would run with the king to kind of to support the pawn anyway. So I thought maybe no point to help him, but to have Rook thorough enough so that maybe you get some checks from behind, and after say King D5, you can push the G pawn maybe.
And he's checking.
Yeah. Okay. So white went Rook C7. Making an argument, actually, he's right. Black, doesn't matter how much he would like to play, he cannot really avoid the checks. Can he go to G6 is the question. Yes, and it's just a perpetual then. And he does.
Yes, and they withdraw too.
That's a question because white can repeat with Rook C6 and this will be move 40. And then we don't know. Will they agree a draw, or maybe he wants to continue playing or at least sit and calculate the position, but just after... No second guess. He just repeats.
Yes.
He doesn't really want...
He's going to meditate if he wants a draw. He just left the table.
No, but for Pichot, he cannot really avoid. I mean, it's his opponent who has a choice. I mean, he's probably going to some other place.
Where did he go? To get more scores?
No, I think some other place. He reached move 40 and, some people just prefer to stand right after the time control. Anyway, we can see from this camera view, almost everything is finished. We are waiting for Pichot to come back to the board.
Fedoseev.
And could be that it will be our short day in the office. Let's check Botis.
Yeah.
Andrea has lost, that much we know. But how about Alexandra?
Sak won.
Yeah, Sak has won. Alexandra still has 2 more moves before the time control. What's going on?
3 minutes.
Okay. Again, look at my digital board. It says rook a3. And I thought, what is going on? So did he blunder a rook?
But no.
No.
He played rook a2. Okay. You can see in the live camera.
Yeah. No, but this is, seriously, this is something's wrong with this board.
Okay, we can see the real one. Yeah.
Rook d1, rook a2. Okay. Rook d1, rook a2. Then this makes sense. This makes sense. So now, black is up 2 pawns. Black is up 2 pawns, and it's not recommended to take on d4, I'm guessing. Oh, Alexandra played g3. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Again, this stupid glitch of the PGN. Okay, this is the real position now. And she just played g3, making her opponent bishop kind of silly for now, but also her own bishop is not great. Black.
Yeah, I don't like too much g3 because now the rook is completely cutting the king, maybe.
On the second rank?
Yes.
Maybe she'll keep the bishop on g1, yeah. So she didn't want to lose this pawn, and this is understandable. But maybe black will find the right moment to go h4 later on. So computer gives the move that looks very strange, king g7, but after, say, rook d4, king g6, and h4, and rook c5, says it's around equal, but maybe black can play a little. Anyway, they are reaching the time control anytime soon, so only one. No. Again, it's a PGN error. It's more than one move. So, move 37, rook a2, move 38, g3. This is the real position. So 2 more moves. 2 more moves before the time control. 2 more moves before the time control.
Yeah.
And her opponent played reasonably well, actually. Yeah, like you would think B tournament, people like blunder heavy stuff. No, this is a like very, very high quality game, I have to say.
Rook d3.
Rook to d5, and then I think it actually helps white. Because white needs to win the pawn back, but also her pieces were a bit uncoordinated. So to take it with this rook and, you know, to simplify actually makes it even easier. Also bishop d1 if needed. Maybe her opponent also will decide that I go here and I go, I'm sorry, after bishop g1 I just go here, exchange everything, we agree a draw. This is not impossible. I think in this situation it's fine for Alexandra to make a draw.
Yes, it's important.
She's leading, so...
The opponent has almost the same rating as her, so...
Yeah. No, but I'm just in terms of, like, let's forget the rating, about the tournament situation. So she's on 5, and then she's playing with someone on 4.5, and there is one more person on 4.5, yeah?
What did he do?
Carlo Molinari. I don't know. I don't have the games.
Carlo Molinari is still playing. Let me refresh.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still playing.
No, I do have his game. I'm sorry. So now we are, completely switching, completely switching to the B tournament. Carlo Molinari has this position, and he is not going to win. It could be that, like, black is playing for a win, so white holding with the precise play, but so Molinari is not winning here. That means if Alex makes a draw, she will keep leading the tournament alone, so no one's joining her, which is a good news.
Yeah, and actually the both guys that are behind her will be very close to her too. So yeah. Yeah,
so no, I mean, I think there will be more people joining half a point behind.
Yeah.
But at least no one catches up with her.
And she can play against Wang Shanyang from China.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but sorry. Carlo Molinari. Yes.
She didn't play Carlo Molinari yet.
No, not yet.
Again, checking top 10 boards in the Open tournament. Some development in Fedosev's game. Maybe I'll check it because I think they are reaching move 40. They just reached move 40. So that's board 10, rook e1, a5, and white played queen c3. Queen c3. Interesting. So if black exchanges, I feel like with this strong passed pawn there should be a chance, but computers not impressed. It actually says like there is nothing. The best you can do is to go e2 and rook e3.
Maybe to leave it and bring the king.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I don't understand. Like, why cannot I play like king g7? Because this looks so nice. Like the king is cut off. And white gives equal because of bishop e2. And if you exchange, then white actually comes, and I mean rook e2 actually comes on f3 and takes it. And if you go back after bishop e2, let's say we go bishop c6 maybe. And then g4 starts. Now it's already blocked, right?
Yeah.
We liked it with the bishop on f3, but if, let's say, if this is possible, then... So even this game is very likely to be a draw. That's some
God.
pandemic of draws today. I think so many draws.
The only win we have is Pan Forest.
Yeah, the only win on top boards we have is one Forest. On board 1, is there anything on board 1? Can we please see what's happening on board 1? It's unclear. Board 1 finished in a draw, yeah.
Yes.
Board 1 finished in a draw. And what else? I think the time control was reached in all the games, or will be reached in 30 seconds. All the games that are in progress supposed to reach the time control. Okay, so for the save, I'm checking where Sugirov is. Sugirov made the draw as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a crazy game. Look, half an hour ago, they had this position, for which they spent 3 hours. And then from here to the final position, it took them 20 minutes, and it's a draw. It's crazy. So today is a special day, seriously. Like, so many games go by the same scenario. Like, very, very slow maneuvering opening with a lot of tension, a lot of guys like calculating stuff.
And probably Alexandra will
probably make a draw. But
and the other board next to her will make a draw too.
Yeah, so what my suggestion would be, that since we have the results on all the leaders' boards, and we're only waiting for Alexandra, can we see if she reaches the time control, which she did now by playing rook takes d4. The game probably gonna go on, but this could be our only chance for a short day in the office.
Yes.
So I'm considering if we once again, let's stay a little bit longer just to repeat what happened in the leading group. We had all draws and only Jordan Van Forest winning.
So that will get
That means that Parhov is still in a sole lead in the tournament, right? So he's on 5.5. Then it's 5 points for his opponent Pichot. It's 5 points for those two guys who made the draw on board 2, Luca Marroni and Maxim Chigayev. And it's 5 points for Van Forest. So it's Parhov at the top, then 4 players with 5 joined second place, And everyone who made the draw now, it will be a huge peloton of people following, sharing, place 6 or something.
Yeah, board from 10 to 17, they still playing.
Boards from
And
10 to
actually,
17,
they
they're still
have
playing?
3.5.
Yes,
Everyone.
they have 3.5. So that's my point. Like, they have 3.5, so they cannot catch with the leading group. We know the names of the leading group, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
So maybe this will be our chance to, to finish the day earlier today, because there are like big plans for today's evening. The tournament has some gala party, something. Right. So again, hope it was entertaining enough. We are still recovering, right, Alexandra?
Yes,
after yesterday's 2 rounds, so we could probably leave the cameras on the top boards still running, and we will say bye for the day, right?
Yes, and if you want to watch Alexandra Botes,
absolutely,
you can watch it in her own channel. Yes.
Yeah. So this is like today we take it as a little bit of compensation for a very hard day yesterday, and we will be back tomorrow with round 7 of Sardinia World Chess Festival.
Thank you everyone for watching, and see you tomorrow. Yeah.